Order. We start with questions to Secretary of State for Transport, Chris Hinchcliffe.
Question number 1, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, this government is committed to bringing the cost of living down while supporting opportunity and aspiration across the whole of the UK. From March, regulated rail fares will be frozen for the first time in 30 years, meaning over 1 billion journeys can be made in the coming year for the same price as this year. On top of that, the Great British Rail sale has returned, offering discounts on over 3 million tickets, making travel more affordable for everyone.
Chris Hinchcliffe.
Mr. Speaker, and the fact that this Labour government has frozen rail fares for the first time in 30 years is hugely welcome. But for many of my constituents, the recent years have felt like death by 1,000 costs, and they desperately need to see rail fares come down even further. So I was wondering whether the Minister would agree to meet with me to discuss the amendment I've tabled to the Railways Bill as an option to go even further and secure permanent reductions in rail fares for every traveller.
My honourable friend is completely right to raise the issue of affordability for the travelling public, and after the relentless fare hikes under the last government, which saw ticket prices going up by 60%, I think the announcement that we have made, this Labour government has made, will be welcomed by millions of people who are using our trains this year. I will certainly ask the Rail Minister to sit down with my honourable friend to discuss his amendment. I can assure him that as we set up Great British Railways, affordability will be a key priority for that new organisation alongside balancing costs for taxpayers.
Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whilst keeping fares down is welcome, as is simplification, the Secretary of State will be aware that LNER introduced what they called a simplified system a few months ago, which has actually resulted in a number of increases, which is causing considerable concern to certainly my constituents and others. Does the Department intend to review LNER's ticketing process in due course?
Many of the cheapest fares on LNER are still available. The vast majority of people in the long-distance fare trials will see benefits in terms of the simplified ticketing system. We do, of course, want to review this process as these trials take place and make sure that we're providing good value for money for as many of the travelling public as possible.
The Minister, Jerome Mayo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, but it's not just LNER, is it? We've also heard worrying accounts about Greater Anglia and C2C very shortly after they've been nationalised. The government says that rail simplification, fare simplification is one of its key objectives, and fair enough, but there are increasing accounts that discounted tickets are being removed in the name of fare simplification. So how is the Minister going to prevent the fare simplification process from not turning into just the removal of discounts?
Secretary of State.
As we extend contactless ticketing, that will mean that passengers are benefiting from simpler, more flexible travel, and the majority of single tickets will be the same price or even lower. We don't want this positive change, though, to have any perverse impacts, so we will be monitoring this as it beds in.
Damaji Singh Desi.
Number 2, please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Happy New Year, Mr. Speaker. Look, you wait for one bus question and 7 arrive at the same time. With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to answer this question with questions 2, 6, 10, 11, 13, 15 and 16. We are transforming local bus services through our Bus Services Act, which empowers local authorities to deliver better services in a way that acts for local people. And to back this up with investment, we're putting £3 billion into supporting local leaders and bus operators across the country to improve bus services for millions of passengers.
Mr. Speaker, many of my Slough constituents have been complaining for years about cuts to their bus services. So the Minister will appreciate why I lobbied so hard for a large increase in funding for public transport in our town. I want to place on record my immense gratitude for the huge over £2.3 million in funding for bus services in Slough. But does the Minister agree that the local council must now use that funding wisely to reduce bus fares and increase the number of available bus routes available for long-suffering passengers?
Minister.
I'd like to thank my honourable friend for his tireless work in campaigning for better bus services and funding for his constituents. I was delighted to confirm the over £3 billion of funding for from 26-27, including £5.1 million for Slough Borough Council. Local leaders should work to ensure the local authority bus grant funding is used to expand services, improve reliability and reduce fares for local people. And I support my honourable friend in pressing his local council to do just that.
Whereas, Mr Speaker, the recent Pretty Poverty report highlighted just how vital the role of buses are in the daily lives of Cornish people. It's no wonder, after a massive lack of investment in public transport by the Conservative government, that Cornwall now suffers from one of the highest car ownerships per capita in the country. With First Bus, one of our main operators, pulling out of Cornwall next month, constituents fear essential routes will disappear. So will the Minister meet with me and Cornish colleagues to discuss how the integrated national transport strategy will ensure long-term funding for Cornwall's bus network?
Minister.
I've met with Go Ahead and know that they're working with the Council to pick up services that would have otherwise been lost. The Government is providing long-term investment for bus services totalling £30.2 million for Cornwall. I'd be happy to meet with my honourable friend about bus services in Cornwall.
Look, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I've raised many times in this place the state of our bus services in rural East Cleveland. Now, I'm grateful to the Government for the powers and funding that have come to Tees Valley for public transport, but we're still not seeing the benefits in East Cleveland. And on the 20th of March, the TVCA will vote on the next stage of bus funding. So does the Minister agree that they should prioritise our rural villages that have been left behind for far too long?
Look, the Tees Valley Mayor has all the powers and the funding from his Labour government to fix the buses. So it's disappointing, if not surprising, that he's choosing not to do so. In the meantime, I applaud my honourable friend's efforts to make sure that East Cleveland is not forgotten and support his call to use the funding available to make sure East Cleveland's villages are better connected.
Amanda Martin.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Buses in Portsmouth are not currently meeting the accessibility requirements for visually impaired passengers, as my constituents report that bus colour displays are unsuitable, audio and visual stop announcements are not functioning, drivers are not calling out stops or identifying visually impaired passengers at bus stops. My team have contacted the Council, who have not provided a clear timeline to improve driver training or facilities. What is her department doing to work with councils and service providers on improving accessibility?
Look, I'm really concerned to hear that. Disabled passengers must be able to use the buses as easily as non-disabled passengers. From October, most local bus services must provide on-board, audible and visual announcements. Our Bus Services Act will require authorities to publish a bus network accessibility plan and mandate that all drivers complete disability assistance training. I too will write to her local council.
David Williams.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and a Happy New Year to you. In Stoke-on-Trent, the Labour-led council has already delivered lower fares and new and improved routes, like the 9A that links the communities of Mill Hill, Shell and Braidley with Hanley and Tunstall. Would the Minister please outline how the multi-year settlement, including the amazing additional £72 million for Stoke-on-Trent and Staffordshire, will allow councils to lock in those gains and provide longer-term certainty for our passengers?
The multi-year allocations we're providing to local authorities will give greater certainty to passengers over their local bus services, allowing local leaders to better decide how they want local bus provision to look for years to come. It's great news for local people that Labour-run Stoke-on-Trent Council is cutting fares and improving routes, and I'd urge the Reform-led Staffordshire Council to take a leaf out of its Labour-led Neighbours book and make the government's funding put to good use.
Julia Butley.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I welcome the additional £13 million in the multi-annual commitment for bus funding to Shropshire through the local authority bus grant, which will greatly improve connectivity for my residents in Shrewsbury, who have missed out over the last decade as 65% of our buses were depleted. Now, I know the ministers, all of them, will be delighted to hear that in Shrewsbury we also recently launched a successful night bus trial to offer evening services right through to midnight, thanks to the support of local partners such as the BID, councils and police. But what further steps will the department take take to ensure services like these can be maintained and expanded in wonderful rural communities like Shrewsbury?
Minister.
The government recently allocated Shropshire £30 million in bus funding from 26-27. For the first time, the formula used to calculate allocations now includes consideration of rural areas. In addition, our Bus Services Act gives local leaders the tools to deliver bus services on which communities can rely.
Jessica Tull.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Improving local bus routes, particularly those that connect the town centre, the station and the airport, frequently come up in my conversations with Bournemouth West residents. Now, BCP Council has received £6 million from the government to sustain and improve bus services, but despite this, they're threatening to cut vital routes like the number 36 that lots of elderly and vulnerable residents rely on. So will the Minister join me in condemning this decision and call on the Council to protect these vital routes that residents rely on?
Look, government funding to improve bus services for passengers should do just that, including protecting vital services. It's frankly shocking that Lib Dem-led Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole Council are cutting support for local bus services. And I would encourage them to listen to my honourable friend and ensure this £17 million allocated to them over the next 3 years delivers improved bus networks for her community.
Mr. Speaker, in my rural North Yorkshire constituency, community bus providers like Stokesley Community Care, Hambleton Community Action, Wreatham District and the Little White Bus provide a vital lifeline to elderly residents, taking them to doctor's appointments and indeed social events to combat loneliness. Will the Minister please join me in thanking and commending all the volunteers who make those services viable and ensure that these community bus providers remain uppermost in the government's mind as they think about bus policy, perhaps around the issue of D1 licences as well this year?
Minister.
The community bus network does a fantastic job, and I will, of course, join the right honourable gentleman in commending the work of those organisations across the country.
William Morton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Young people in my constituency have already seen the promised Aldridge train station scrapped by Labour. So I'd like to ask the Minister if he'll join me in calling on Mayor Parker to back young people with a £1 bus fare cap for under 22s, just as Conservative Mayor Ben Houchin has already delivered in Teesside.
Minister.
As I've mentioned already, the government has provided over £3 billion of funding throughout the country. Importantly, we're giving local leaders the power to take back control of their buses, to decide how they operate, because they are closer to their communities and understand their needs better than someone standing here in Parliament.
Where are ours?
Mr. Speaker, the bus grant announced for the West was portrayed by the government as a win, but in reality it's a real terms cut. The 3-year bus grant settlement announced by the Labour Mayor last month is down by 35% from the previous 3-year allocation and will result in real term cuts. How can the government call that a win?
Minister.
The local authority bus grant allocations have been calculated using a fair and transparent approach that considers population size, levels of deprivation, the extent of existing bus services and, importantly, rurality. We are continuing to work to end the unfairness of the competitive Hunger Games-style allocations of the previous government.
Rebecca Smith.
Straight after questions this morning, I have a meeting with the Managing Director of Stagecoach in my region, having worked closely with the Right Honourable Member for Torridge and Tavistock to mitigate the impact of increased prices for young people travelling to school from villages like Horrobridge and Yelverton. We've had a success around the fare zone changes, with decreased fares for some, but because of rural services, not all. When will my constituents see the benefits of the Bus Services Act, which the Minister has been referring to, and what needs to happen locally for benefits to be realised?
Minister.
Well, I've already mentioned the fantastic benefits of the Bus Services Act, which gives local leaders the tools that they need to take back control of their bus services, to shape them around their communities. They could do that through improved enhanced partnerships, through franchising, or indeed from local authority-operated bus companies.
Gagan Mahendra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I received regular correspondence from constituents raising concerns about unreliable bus services. This is especially problematic in areas such as Croxley Green, where residents are already suffering with limited bus routes and late-running services. Given that many rely on buses to travel throughout my constituency, can the Minister set out what steps his department is taking to ensure that residents of South West Hertfordshire have access to a reliable transport network?
Minister.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. The Bus Services Act empowers local leaders to choose the model that works best for their area. It includes a measure on socially necessary local services. Under this new measure, local transport authorities with an enhanced partnership will be required to identify local services which they consider socially necessary. They will need to put in place requirements which then must be followed before any services can be changed or cancelled.
Room for one more on the bus, Jim Shelton.
Thank you very much. Can I thank the Minister for his answers? Just for 7 questions on subject matter. The Holy Bible refers to 7 as a perfect number. So be assured of the importance of it. If we're going to improve, of course, local bus services, we need to improve the type of buses manufactured, energy efficient, and are they? So what discussions had the Minister had with Wright Bus in Northern Ireland in relation to the production of more electric buses, an acknowledgement of the superior quality of buses produced and the capacity to deliver high quality at a good price, and of course the best of British?
Minister.
Well, 14 questions now, Mr. Speaker. But of course, the honourable gentleman will be aware that I launched the bus manufacturers expert panel, so working with Merrill combined authorities, working with manufacturers and operators to make sure that British manufacturers have the best possible chance of success, both here in the United Kingdom but also abroad.
Show Secretary of State Richard Holden.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker, and Happy New Year to you and indeed to the opposition, the government as well. Yesterday, the Minister for Nature and member for Coventry East told the House that there was no national bus fare cap under the last Conservative government. It's not surprising, as the Prime Minister himself keeps gaslighting the public by saying exactly the same thing. Does the Minister accept that he must ensure his colleagues correct the record, since there was a national £2 bus fare cap under the last Conservative government? The Conservative manifesto committed to a £2 fare cap for the duration of this Parliament, and that it is this government taking the public for fools as they increase the fare cap by 50%, hammering hard-working people up and down the country to the tune of hundreds of pounds every single year.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it takes a real brass neck for him to pipe up on this issue. It was his party that oversaw 300 million miles of bus cuts, in one of the years for which he was Transport Minister alone, 2,000 miles of bus routes, 2,000 routes were cut across England. It is this government that has introduced legislation to protect the lifeline routes that were cut on his party's watch. It is this government that has preserved cheap bus travel for passengers, and it is this government that has legislated to bring back better buses.
There you go.
Question number 3, please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, I'd like to answer this question with questions 5 and 9. Following a decade of decline, we are now starting to see train reliability stabilise. We're working with the rail industry on a performance restoration framework with 5 clear areas of focus to recover performance to acceptable levels. More broadly, we're nationalising the railways to put passengers first. Great British Railways will have a statutory duty to promote the interests of passengers in decision-making, to improve performance, reliability and passenger experience.
Claire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The West of England Growth Strategy identifies the 7 estuary growth zone as having the potential to create over 15,000 jobs, making it important that the current half-hourly rail services on the Severn Beach line are maintained to support them. Similarly, the half-hourly trains serving Yates support both jobs and access to college, and will enable hourly services at the new Charfield station when it opens. So will the Minister give an early commitment to extending these half-hourly rail services to support growth and remove uncertainty for students before the exam season?
Minister.
Well, the Honourable Lady is right to identify the importance of rail connectivity to economic growth in her part of the country. I'd like to reassure her that there are no plans to reduce the half-hourly service between Bristol and Gloucester, and I acknowledge the point that she raises around Yates Station, where recent performance has fallen behind GWR performance as a whole. I'd like to reassure her that the Rail Minister is meeting with the Managing Director of all train operators to address any instances of poor performance so that we can level up the passenger experience, create those economic opportunities and ensure that young people in her constituency can access the economic opportunities that they need.
Cameron Thomas.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. Early after the election, I didn't always cover myself in glory with the type of language I used to describe the state of GWR services between Paddington and Gloucestershire. Nevertheless, a year down the line, I've still experienced regularly standing in corridors or aisles for hours on end if I'm able to board at all. I know my constituents have the same issues, so could the Minister please tell me when we can expect things to get better?
Minister.
Well, I thank the honourable member for his question, and he is a champion on behalf of his constituents. Nobody should have to face the sort of conditions that he describes, and that's why I'm pleased to say the Railways Bill, which is soon to enter into its committee stage, is going to create an independent passenger watchdog which will ensure minimum consumer standards for passengers on the railway to make sure that they can travel with affordability, reliability, but also with a pleasant experience which matches how we would like our great British railway system to run.
Ed Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. People across Lichfield, Burntwood and the villages are looking forward to seeing the number of trains from Lichfield City to Birmingham double as a result of the Midlands Rail Hub project, which this government is pressing ahead with after it sat on a shelf under the previous lot for far too long. I'm really eager to see those additional trains delivered as quickly as possible, though, including a later evening service to Lichfield, which we're currently missing. Can the Minister confirm that bringing the line back into public ownership under Great British Railways will help us drive these changes faster?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his question, and he is right to champion his constituents' right to have frequent and reliable public transport. Great British Railways will bring fragmented rail responsibilities into a single body, providing clear leadership to plan and run the railway for the long term, simplifying journeys, reducing delays and improving timetables to deliver better value for passengers and taxpayers. We continue to work with partners on options to achieve the benefits of the Midlands Rail Hub as soon as possible.
Catherine Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I met with East Midlands Railways to give the new ticketless travel app that they're trialling a go. Exciting new tech which will ensure that passengers always pay the best price for travel. EMR says that this system should save passengers money and with cap prices will mean cheaper fares. Does the Minister agree that alongside the freezing of rail fares, innovation like this could make a real difference to passenger experience and their pockets?
My honourable friend is right to champion the principle of innovation in the rail network to make the travelling experience better for the public. As she rightly notes, innovations such as digital pay-as-you-go mean that passengers can get the very best price for their journey. Innovation will be at the heart of Great British Railways as it works to deliver a better railway for all.
Shadow Minister Jerome Mayo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, there are rumours swirling around the Northern Mayoralties at the moment that the government's about to row back on Northern Powerhouse Rail. Is this going to be another U-turn from the government, or can the Minister take this opportunity at the dispatch box to put these rumours to rest, that the scope, the funding and the time frame for Northern Powerhouse Rail are not going to be changed?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I am perplexed at the opposition's newfound support for passengers on the rail network. Fares in our system rose by 60% from 2010 to 2014 under the last government, including for residents in the north of England. This government is committed to levelling up our railway across the United Kingdom, including in the north of England. We will put passenger experience and affordable fares for those passengers at the very heart of what Great British Railways seeks to do.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We on these benches welcome the government's decision to embrace a 10-year-long campaign by the Liberal Democrats for a rail fares freeze. However, I'm sure the Secretary of State would agree that passengers have had to bear above-inflation fare increases for 2 decades prior to that, and yet often experience trains that are late, that are overcrowded, and lack the right on-board amenities in terms of luggage storage, functioning toilets, or effective Wi-Fi. So does the Secretary of State support the idea of a 21st century railway passengers charter that would guarantee that better passenger experience that our passengers deserve?
Minister.
I thank the Lib Dem spokesperson for his question, and he is right to identify the fact that passengers on the rail network deserve to have access to one that serves their needs. That's why accessibility will sit at the heart of Great British Railways. It will have a legislative requirement with the licence and watchdog ensuring accessibility is always considered within accessibility duty within the bill. But what I would say on the principle of fares is that this bill is going to save passengers through the rail fare freeze as well, £600 million in 2026-27. Contrast that with a period from 2010 to 14 where fares rose from 60%. If he's interested in the rights of passengers and affordability on the railway, he should have supported the Railways Bill at second reading.
Tom Hayes.
Number 4, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
People using private e-scooters on the road or the pavement face criminal prosecution, having points added to their licence and having their e-scooters seized. The government has committed to legislate for micromobility vehicles, including e-scooters, when parliamentary time allows. This will help the police crack down on those using them unlawfully or irresponsibly.
Tom Hayes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Dorset, we've just seen record numbers of e-scooter seizures. The Police Commissioner, Dave Sidwick, and I are prioritising tackling this because it's a form of antisocial behaviour, but it's also an ideal way for drug dealers to get around, and residents in Lichtenstein and Iford are particularly concerned. I'm pleased to hear the Minister say that if parliamentary time allows, he'll bring forward a bill. Can he say whether this bill might include mandatory registration and identification plates for e-scooters, among other things?
Minister.
As part of any future legislation, any regulations, including the potential requirement of registration or licence plates, will be publicly consulted on before they come into force.
James Wilde.
Mr. Speaker, there are 8 million privately owned scooters which are illegal to use on public roads, and I declare an interest, having bought one a few years ago in the expectation I'd be able to ride it legally by now, but only state licence schemes are permitted. Why has the government extended trials which began 6 years ago by a further 2 years, rather than getting on with allowing people to use their e-scooters with proportionate regulation to deliver the benefits of micromobility, particularly in areas like North West Norfolk with limited public transport?
Minister.
The extension of our e-scooter trials will deepen our understanding of e-scooter safety, their impacts on disabled people and pedestrians, and how they can be better integrated with the wider transport systems in communities with different populations and geographies. Extending the trials will give the certainty needed by industry as well to continue investing in our trials and more time to learn how to best regulate e-scooters.
Dr. Singer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituency of Stoke-on-Trent South and the villages is home to internationally... Oh, my apologies, thank you.
Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I'd like to answer this question with question number 12. Transport is a key enabler of economic growth. That's why we're investing £92 billion to maintain and modernise our roads and railways, deliver major projects like HS2 and East-West Rail, and support leaders in our towns and cities to improve local public transport networks. This will strengthen connectivity, unlock productivity and support a thriving UK economy.
Dr. Singer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituency of Stoke-on-Trent South and the villages is home to internationally recognised visitor attractions, including the iconic Weldon Wedgwood and the stunning Grade 2 listed Trentham Garden Estate. Yet public transport access to these sites remain limited, with 2 local railway stations in Barlaston and Wedgwood continuing to be placed under lengthy temporary closure of 19 years. Will the Secretary of State support the reopening of a Stoke-on-Trent South railway station to better connect communities with jobs, skills and tourism opportunities to boost economic growth in Stoke-on-Trent South?
Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate what a fearsome and impatient advocate my honourable friend is for her constituency, and I'm sure she will leave no stone unturned in exploring potential funding options with local partners to reopen some of those stations. I'd gladly ask the Rail Minister to sit down with her to discuss the art of the possible.
Solid James.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Junction 3 on the M18 in Doncaster is one of the biggest bottlenecks to growth in our region. So will the Minister meet with me to discuss the possibility of it being included in the road investment strategy, and also how the department can further support the Mayoral Combined Authority and the Council to make sure we get this sorted out?
Secretary of State.
I'd be very happy, Minister, to meet with my honourable friend. I know that she has campaigned very hard to secure a viable future for Doncaster Sheffield Airport, and I also appreciate how important this junction is. We have given a significant amount of funding to South Yorkshire Mayoral Combined Authority to determine what their local investment priorities are, and I would also encourage her to continue discussions with the Mayor of South Yorkshire to that effect.
Jeremy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Being able to commute to work easily is vital for economic growth, but my constituents using Ashvale Station have to climb the equivalent of 2 stories of stairs, making it virtually impossible for people in wheelchairs, older people or young parents with prams to get up and get onto the main line to London. There's an excellent proposal under Access for All on the Secretary of State's desk. When will my constituents find out if there is going to be a happy new year for them?
Secretary of State.
I know the right honourable gentleman has raised the question of accessibility at this station with me before at Transport Questions, and he is right to say it is one of the schemes that is being considered as part of the Access for All programme. He is also right to say decisions about that scheme are literally on my desk at the moment, and so I would say he doesn't have too long to wait until we make an announcement about which schemes we will be taking forward, both for further design work and to construction.
Monica Harding.
Mr Speaker, my constituency of East Morton is the highest contributor to the Exchequer of any constituency outside of London. And most of those people paying those huge taxes are commuting into London on South West Rail, which is London's least reliable train network. A major cause of this poor performance is an outdated signalling system at Clapham Junction, which is way out of date, and in November alone accounted for 7% of all cancellations. So, would the Secretary of State set out what plans exist to go beyond piecemeal repairs and a root and branch reconstruction of the signalling at Clapham Junction?
So State.
I am fully aware how important South Western Railways is to her constituency and the economic performance of the South East as a whole. I can give her good news in that we have appointed a new integrated managing director of South Western who is responsible both for the infrastructure and train operations, and I will be sure to write to her with more details about potential improvements to the signalling system so that we can see those greater levels of reliability and punctuality that I know her constituents want to see.
Ms Webb.
Reliable transport links are vital to the prosperity of Blackpool, a most deprived town, but we rely so heavily on tourism. Yet, Avanti announced because of the ORR before Christmas, they've slashed our direct routes to and from London by over 50%. There's now only a direct route from Blackpool to London at 7 in the morning and then return at 6:30 and 8:30 in the evening. This isn't good enough. This will damage our local economy. So will the Secretary of State please arrange for me to meet with the Rail Minister to see how we can solve this, because this will dramatically damage our local economy and we need to get this sorted.
Secretary of State.
I would be very happy to ask the Rail Minister to meet with my honourable friend. I fully appreciate the importance of direct services to London, and we'll make sure that we look at the detail of what has happened here and see whether there is any mitigations that can be put in place.
Timothy.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Communities near Cambridge, like the towns and villages of West Suffolk, need better transport connections, especially with new housing developments. The wider east needs the Ely-Hawley upgrade, and we need a dual line from Cambridge to Newmarket and a new rail link to Haverhill. Will she meet me to discuss how development and transport policies can be better aligned in the east of England?
So State.
I would be happy to meet the honourable gentleman to discuss these issues. I'm aware of the significance of the Ely-Hawley junction improvements. It wasn't possible to fund that scheme in this spending review, but it is part of the longer-term pipeline that we are looking at, not least because of the important freight links that could be improved to the port in Felixstowe. I'd be happy to have a further conversation on the wider issues.
So Secretary of State Richard Holden.
Thank you very much indeed again, Mr Speaker. Could the Secretary of State enlighten the House as to how reversing the last Conservative government's 5p a litre fuel duty cut will help the transport system to support economic growth? Isn't the truth that come September this year, this will be known as Labour's back-to-school tax?
So State.
The honourable gentleman will be aware that we are freezing fuel duty through until August of this year. It is right that we get the balance right in terms of securing income for the public finances. But I would also point out to him that we are investing a record amount in highways maintenance, £1.6 billion last year, £500 million than was spent the year before under his government, and that we will be doubling investment in roads maintenance by the end of this Parliament, and I think that's what people who are using our roads want to see.
Tom Gordon.
Mr Speaker.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. This government knows how important local rail links are in supporting work, leisure and aspiration, which is why we're overhauling the railways with the creation of GBR. A scheme to improve performance at York Station and across the local area remains under review following the spending review. We are working closely with Network Rail and key stakeholders to understand how best it can be delivered in the future.
Tom Gordon.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker. Constituents of mine who rely on the Leeds to York via Harrogate line face regular disruption because part of a route is single track, with the indefinite pause of a York area capacity scheme, which would mean that the Harrogate to York trains still have to go onto the fast East Coast main line. We will then continue to see delays as a result of this. Will the government think again about this pause, which is indefinite, and what alternative plans will they set out in the meantime to address capacity constraints and improve reliability of services for my constituents?
Well, as a near neighbour of the Honourable Member, I know the line which he describes. The Harrogate line interventions have not been funded in this spending review period. This does not preclude doubling the single line between Knaresborough and York as part of a future local or national infrastructure pipeline. Platform extensions and electrification have previously been developed to a strategic outline business case level of maturity. Based on current and future demand forecasts, the work did not consider dualling the line, but I'm happy to continue engaging with the Honourable Member on this very important question in the future.
Mr. Speaker, question 14.
Minister.
The government published long-term multi-year allocations for local transport authorities under the Local Authority Bus Grant in December last year, giving local authorities both the funding and the certainty that they need to plan for the long term. This is part of over £3 billion that we're investing over the next 3 years to improve services for passengers around the country, including £30.2 million allocated to Cornwall Council.
Jane Kirkham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for that answer, Minister. I was very pleased to hear that the Minister has already spoken to Go South West about who are working to fill the gaps left by our private bus provider who's recently withdrawn services. Those buses were vital in Cornwall, getting students to university in our 2 large FE colleges. It can take hours to get to college and then apprenticeship placements in Cornwall. So I would therefore ask the Minister if I could join the meeting with my honourable friend that he agreed to earlier, particularly to discuss buses to get 16s and overs to school and education in Cornwall.
Minister.
Of course, access to opportunity, including education, is a top priority for this government. Our Bus Services Act and multi-year funding allocations, including over £30 million for Cornwall, will help improve vital connections. I very much welcome the opportunity to meet with my humble friend, I believe, next week.
Sarah Pochi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Question 17.
Minister.
Happy New Year, Mr. Speaker. This government is delivering a record £1.6 billion for Liverpool City Region, £46 million for Cheshire West and Chester Council, and an additional £64.4 million for Liverpool City Region through the Local Authority Bus Grant for 2026-27 to 2028-29 to deliver improvements to public transport for the benefit of local people. My department continues to work closely with local authority officers across the country to ensure this funding is put to the best possible use for local communities.
Sarah Pochi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her response. Given that the 2016 funding agreement for the construction and operation of the Mersey Gateway Bridge requires a review of the tolling arrangements this year, will the Minister commit today to ensuring that MPs representing directly affected constituencies like my constituency of Runcorn and Helsby are formally involved in that review so that the concerns of local residents are properly heard?
Well, I'm very glad that the Honourable Member was able to meet with the Minister Lightwood in October to discuss the tolls on the Mersey Gateway crossing. As she will know, the charges are the responsibility of Halton Borough Council, and thanks to additional funding provided by our department, the residents of Halton have been able to, for an annual fee of £12, make 900 free crossings a year. Any changes to the toll arrangements are a matter for that local council.
Black.
Question 18, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to see the honourable gentleman in his place. I can assure the honourable gentleman that I'm in regular contact with the Mayor of London on a range of matters, and he and I discussed the proposed evolution of Great Northern Inner Services to TfL when we last met in November. My officials have been in close contact with TfL and GLA officials on this matter, and following TfL's business case submission, the department is assessing the potential benefits, including for housing growth.
Bob Blackman.
Thank the Secretary of State for that answer. She will well know, as a former Deputy Mayor for Transport in London, that the confusing picture over the use of the underground and also overground services has been a problem for Londoners and for the Mayor. However, it is very controversial that such a measure will be introduced for the whole of the overground services and the National Rail services that commute into London. Are there conversations going on about the entirety of the network, or is it just limited to the one service?
The discussions at the moment are limited to the potential transfer of services which form part of the Great Northern Inner Network. This is a fiendishly complicated thing to do, but I do recognise the benefits of bringing certain commuter lines into London Overground and it being part of that network, as long as there is agreement as well with local authorities that are represented further along the line. So we will continue those discussions with the Mayor of London and Transport for London in order to bring reliable, high-quality public transport services to the people of London.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Commuter services are extensively disrupted in Putney by the 6-year closure of Hammersmith Bridge. I will be holding a bus crisis task force again tomorrow to look at the impact that this is happening on bus services, but also active travel and commuting through Putney because of the lack of Hammersmith Bridge. Can the Secretary of State confirm that she supports the reopening of Hammersmith Bridge to vehicles, and when the next meeting of the Hammersmith Bridge task force will be that last met on the 30th of January last year?
I do recognise how disruptive the closure of Hammersmith Bridge has been to people in her part of London. I understand that the Minister for Roads will be convening a further meeting of the Hammersmith Bridge task force in the near future to discuss next steps for the project, and officials will be in touch with key local stakeholders to arrange this in due course.
Dr Scott Arthur.
Question 19, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
E-bikes are only road legal when they comply with the requirements of the Electrically Assisted Pedal Cycle Regulations 1983. The legislation applies to all cyclists, including delivery riders. The Department has previously written 2 delivery platforms on this subject, and a copy of this letter is in the Library of the House.
Dr Scott Arthur.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for a response and for a written statement this morning on pavement parking. But the illegal use of e-bikes by these delivery companies is a matter of real concern for people in Edinburgh South West. I wrote to Just Eat Deliveries this week, and they replied saying they could only act if I could tell them the rider's name or the order number of the delivery, which is absolutely preposterous. They could proactively use their app to monitor rider behaviour. I fear that they're both exploiting these riders and also exploiting the use of illegal e-bikes. If they won't act and be a responsible company, will the government take action?
Minister.
Well, look, I absolutely agree that delivery companies should be working to ensure that their drivers and riders remain safe and do not pose a danger to others. This government's road safety charter, the first in a decade, includes plans to pilot a national work-related road safety charter for businesses that require people to drive or ride for them, and I'll be making a statement on the strategy in this House later today. And clearly we would encourage delivery apps to sign up to that.
We go to topicals. Andrew Snowden.
Mr Speaker, topical number 1, please.
Stay.
Mr Speaker, yesterday marked a turning point for road safety in Britain. Our new road safety strategy, the first for 10 years, will save lives and end years of complacency. Our targets are ambitious, reducing those killed or seriously injured on our roads by 65% by 2035 and by 70% for children under 16. That means stricter penalties for dangerous drivers, it means clamping down on illegal number plates and those driving without insurance, and it means new measures to support those most at risk, such as younger and older drivers. Today, we're also outlining plans to restrict pavement parking, which will make our roads safer and more accessible to everyone. Mr. Speaker, every life lost on our roads is not only tragic, but also preventable. And I'm proud the steps we're taking will mean more people in more places can travel more safely.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier, one of the ministers on the front bench dodged a very straightforward, but very important question. So I'll ask the Secretary of State if she will now set the record straight. Does the government have any plans that would change the scope, funding or timelines for Northern Powerhouse Rail? Yes or no?
It's a simple fact that communities in the north of England have had to put up with second-rate transport systems for far too long, and I can guarantee that this government is fully committed to Northern Powerhouse Rail, and I understand that he's impatient for announcements. He may just have to wait a few days longer or a few weeks longer to find out exactly what the government's plans are, but I can assure him that we're making progress.
Sarah Coombs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Happy New Year. Traffic jams at M5 Junction 1 are a nightmare for residents, for businesses and for West Brom Albion fans. We've already had a traffic light upgrade, which has improved things slightly, and the government's now given Sandwell Council yellow box enforcement powers, which I hope will ease things further. But what more can the government do to modernise our roads, ease these jams and get Britain moving?
Minister.
I commend my honourable friend for securing those improvements. This government is committed to modernising our roads and getting Britain moving, which is why we've already announced that we'll be investing £25 billion on the strategic road network over the next 5 years. We'll be setting out our plans for the third road investment strategy shortly.
We come to Shadow Secretary of State Richard Holden.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. At oral questions in September, my honourable friend, the member for Mid-Buckinghamshire, asked the Minister to apologise for failing to bring down the driving test backlog as Labour had promised. The Minister told the House that there were early signs of improvement. Can the Minister tell the House whether average driving test times have increased or decreased since Labour came to power 18 months ago?
Minister.
The Secretary of State announced various new measures at the Transport Select Committee to continue to bring down the waiting times for learned drivers. What I'd say to the honourable gentleman is that his party did virtually nothing to help the situation. It is this party that's taking the structural changes, the real effort to bring it down once and for all.
Richard Holden.
So still not properly answered the question there, and frankly should be embarrassed by that answer. Labour promised to reduce average waiting times to 7 weeks. And wait for it. Instead, we are now seeing waits of up to 22 weeks, almost a month longer for a driving test than at the general election. This desperate headline-grabbing announcements about calling in the army, which in reality increased capacity by less than 0.5% for 1 year only, simply will not cut the mustard for the hundreds of thousands of people waiting for driving tests up and down the country. Can the Minister tell the House when he expects the average waiting times for car tests to fall below the levels Labour inherited at the general election?
Once again, Mr. Speaker, the brass neck of the honourable gentleman. The National Audit Office published a report this December and it was very clear, and I quote, DfT had limited involvement in helping the DVSA to tackle driving test waiting times until mid-2024. Now, what happened in 2024, I wonder? DfT was largely left the DVSA to try and resolve it themselves.
Order. Mr. Holden, you're getting very excited. Hail and pace out and give me a good example. Come on, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whilst I welcome the recent efforts to get a grip on the outrageous backlog in securing driving tests, more does need to be done. Can I urge the Secretary of State and DVSA to take further steps to safeguard the online booking system from profiteering by 1, restricting the driving schools from booking tests in bulk, and 2, by removing the test swapping features to stop reselling at huge markups?
Minister.
Well, I agree that waiting times have been too high for too long, and that's why this government has taken the decisive action I talked about. We're reforming the booking system so that only genuine learner drivers can book and manage tests, while restricting changes to crack down on bots and the resale sort. Importantly, it's a really important point here, because you would have seen yesterday the announcement of the road safety strategy. The minimum learning period is expected to improve safety and raise pass rates by up to 7%. For every 1% saved there, it's an extra 40,000 test bookings.
Ola Glover, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Across the country, people enjoy traffic-free walking, cycling and wheeling on disused railways such as the Sissington Trail in Derbyshire, the Malchach Trail in Gwynedd, or the Deeside Way in Aberdeenshire. What steps will the Secretary of State take to make it easier for local government and communities to gain access to 8,000 miles of disused railway that we still have, that creates such a good opportunity for family-friendly cycling trails and as part of a national network?
Minister.
Well, the disused part of the rail network is currently in the custody of National Highways, but I absolutely agree with him that many of those trails can provide excellent opportunities for walking, wheeling and cycling, and indeed I've spent many happy times cycling on the Sissington Trail and the Monsell Trail in Derbyshire. We will continue to work through Active Travel England and with local authorities to encourage them to make great use of those greenways.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Will the Minister give his backing to the brilliant volunteers of the Friends of the Barton Line in their quest to reduce the number of unnecessary cancellations on the Barton Line by East Midlands Railways?
Minister.
I'd like to thank my honourable friend for raising this important issue. I've travelled on this line and I know the challenges. The Friends of the Barton Line do absolutely incredible work to raise issues to do with passenger experience. East Midland Railway are working to improve train performance on this route, and I will encourage her and support her and the Friends of the Barton Line to improve the service further.
Rory Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Beyond the legitimate environmental concerns about Luton Airport expansion, can the government explain how an already unreliable Thameslink packed road network will cope with the 13 million extra passengers a year, as well as a new theme park and massive top-down housing development?
When planning permission was granted for the expansion of Luton Airport, careful consideration was given to how people would access that airport by road and by rail, and of course Luton has the Dart link as well, and we are of course investing in rail networks such as East West Rail when it comes to the accessibility of the new universal theme park at Stewartby.
London David.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my constituency of Lewisham East is one of the few places in the country which is overflown by flight paths for two airports, City Airport and Heathrow. And Mr. Baxter, a constituent of mine, continually writes to me on this issue. Noise pollution is a real issue in this area. I'd be very interested to know if the department has made an assessment of areas affected by multiple flight paths and what they are doing or considering to manage the impact of this.
My honourable friend is right to raise the issue of aviation noise. It's one of the reasons why the department is pursuing an ambitious programme of airspace modernisation, which aims to deliver quicker, quieter and cleaner journeys, both for passengers and for the community that she represents.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. London tube fares are due to rise 5.8% this year. But despite this, my constituents, train drivers, station staff are frustrated by ongoing disruption in the tube services to my constituency. The Piccadilly line was out of action for weeks due to leaves on the line before Christmas, and the last 24 hours have seen a further extension of cancellations. So what further pressure can the Secretary of State bring to bear on the Mayor of London to ensure a punctual and reliable service so my constituents can get to work, to school and go about their business?
I remember from my time as Deputy Mayor for London the perennial problem of leaves on the line, on the Piccadilly line in particular. I'd be happy to take his comments away and raise them with the Commissioner for Transport, Andy Lord.
Paul Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The West Yorkshire Combined Authority has secured multi-million-pound funding to improve walking, wheeling and cycling across the region. These investments are already benefiting communities within my constituency. How will the government build on this progress so that more people in constituencies such as mine can choose walking, wheeling and cycling for everyday journeys?
Minister.
This government is committed to supporting walking, wheeling and cycling. In addition to the £626 million funding announced on the 10th of December, we've consulted on the third cycling and walking investment strategy. The consultation closed on the 15th of December. We expect the strategy to follow by this spring. I'm personally committed to making it as ambitious as possible so that many more people can enjoy the benefits of active travel, including in rural and semi-rural areas like his.
Dougal.
Mr Speaker, it's not enough just to cut rail fares, to freeze rail fares. They should be cut like the Scottish Government have done in Scotland. And it's fair to say that English commuters on rail should enjoy the lower level of cancellations that commuters on rail in Scotland enjoy. And that's why, together with the public ownership of ScotRail has the highest customer satisfaction of any rail operator in the United Kingdom. So would the Minister like to facilitate a meeting with the Scottish Government to find out how to optimally run a rail operator?
I can assure the honourable gentleman that I have regular meetings with my Scottish counterpart, Fiona Hislop, and I can also assure him, as I have done other members of this House already today, that affordability is going to be a key priority as we set up Great British Railways and create a railway in England that puts passengers before profit and is going to be a railway that is run by the public for the public.
Rachel Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Constituents who responded to my commuter survey made it clear that the rail service from Coleshill and Waterorton to Birmingham was just not good enough. I called for Cross Country to reinstate their 7:35 train from Waterorton and to introduce a new, later service home. And I'm delighted that this bit has been done, but overcrowding is still a problem. Does the Minister agree with me that urgent action must be taken to improve the capacity of the route so that my constituents can travel to and from Birmingham reliably and comfortably?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for her question. I welcome that Cross Country has increased calls at Waterorton, although I know that many commuters find there is still standing room only on these peak services. Some changes can be made to help. For example, the capacity for standard class passengers was increased by the removal of a dedicated first class area on Cross Country's Class 170 trains. I'd look forward to working with my honourable friend to advance this issue further.
Tom Tugendar.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I wonder whether the Secretary of State could update the House on the plans to connect Tunbridge to Gatwick through the rail network. As she knows, there has traditionally been links in that direction, and it only requires a very minor change to the timetable to make it work. She could, even if she wanted, connect it to the rest of the Kingdom of Kent at the same time.
Secretary of State.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman and for him fulfilling his role as spokesperson for the Kingdom of Kent. I am keen to maximise the number of people that are using the rail network to get to Gatwick Airport. We have granted planning consent for Gatwick to bring their second runway into use in the future, and I will want to continue discussions with Network Rail and the train operating company there as it comes into public ownership about how we can look at direct routes to Gatwick and how we can increase capacity on the rail network to that airport.
Chair of the Select Committee, Ruth Capri.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Government has given mayoral authorities greater devolved powers to develop local transport infrastructure projects. So will the Secretary of State ensure that these powers provide the opportunity to speed up joint planning and decision making so that much needed transport infrastructure, such as for instance the West Yorkshire Mass Transit Scheme, can be accelerated to meet the needs of communities and the local economies?
Minister.
I'd like to thank the Chair of the Select Committee for her question. The Government fully supports the Mayor of West Yorkshire's ambition to deliver mass transit in the region. People in West Yorkshire waited too long for better transport infrastructure, and too many promises from the previous government have been broken. We are determined to put that right.
Robbie Moore, sorry.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The latest cost projections by Labour-run Bradford Council for building a pedestrian bridge between Silsden and Steeton over a really busy dual carriageway is now a whopping £24 million, and the proposed design looks like some bizarre scale-electric track. Will the Secretary of State meet with me to get these ridiculous cost projections under control?
So State.
I'd be happy to ask the local transport minister to meet with you. This sounds to me as if it's a locally managed project and we wouldn't interfere in that, but I'm happy for a further conversation to take place.
Rachel Hopkins.
Mr Speaker, accessing airports via public transport is hugely important for sustainable aviation, and with GTR Thameslink franchise coming under public ownership under Great British Railway later this spring, would the Minister meet with me to discuss the benefits that could bring to accessing Luton Airport?
I'd be very happy to meet with my honourable friend and discuss that. I can assure her as well that I have raised the importance of public transport accessibility with the leadership of Luton Airport and the integration between the National Rail Network and the Dart Link, and so I'm happy to discuss that matter further with her.
Roberts.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The government talks about affordable transport for passengers in the UK, but of course on the Isle of Wight we're at the mercy of privatised, unregulated ferry companies that charge extortionate prices for unreliable services. If those companies refuse to lower prices and improve services, will the Minister intervene? Because he wouldn't accept this for any other community in the United Kingdom.
Minister.
I thank the honourable member for his question, and I know just how hard he works to represent constituents on the Isle of Wight. He knows that a locally led solution to this challenge is one that the government is committed to supporting. Crucial to that is the appointment of a chair of the Cross-Solent Group, and he and his colleague on the Isle of Wight will be pleased to know that I will have information on that announcement very, very shortly.
Meg Hillier.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, earlier ministers were talking about the benefits of bus services. In London, we've been seen at the forefront of improved bus services, but unfortunately there's been aspects of that, things like low traffic neighbourhoods impacting on main routes, and now the 38 bus route is under threat of curtailment. Does the Department of Transport have any strategic work going on about how we see these interactions so they can advise mayors and others in local areas about how to manage the interaction of different transport uses of our roads to ensure that buses run fast and can deliver for the people who really rely on them?
I know that my honourable friend, the Roads and Buses Minister, would be happy to meet with my honourable friend to discuss this issue in more detail. As far as we're concerned, best practice when establishing schemes such as low traffic neighbourhoods would require consultation with bus operators about projected impacts on bus routes and bus frequencies and bus journey times.
Richard Ford.
Before Christmas, Colliford in Devon was subject to the death of a member of the community who had herself said that someone will be killed on this road. How will the government's road safety strategy help to prevent road deaths like the one that happened in Colliford last month?
Well, I thank him for that question, and I extend my condolences to his constituent. It's vitally important that local authorities use the powers that they have to introduce measures to improve road safety. We will be issuing new guidance on the deployment of speed cameras and red light cameras and on the introduction of lower speed limits to support them in exercising those duties.
Anna Dix.
Mr Speaker, illegal and antisocial use of e-bikes and e-scooters is causing huge concern for residents in my Shipley constituency. Just last week in Roberts Park in Saltaire, that caused thousands of pounds of damage to the much-loved cricket ground. So how is the government ensuring that they are giving police powers they need to seize these illegal e-bikes and e-scooters, including from domestic settings?
Minister.
Well, she's absolutely right to highlight the problems that antisocial use of e-bikes and indeed of illegal e-bikes. Police already have the powers that they need to seize any non-compliant e-bikes, and we would encourage them to use those powers, as indeed in parts of the country I know that they are.
Will Foster.
Working constituents is a nurse at Great Ormond Street Hospital. Due to her long hours and shift patterns, she's unable to use a return ticket to go to and from work, meaning she has to spend more money to give vital care to children. Please will the Transport Secretary agree to look into this issue to ensure that my constituent, other key NHS staff and workers are able to spend less money to support us by having a longer return journey ticket?
So stay.
If the honourable gentleman would like to write to me with the specifics of his constituents' travel patterns, I will look into it and I will come back to him, because I do appreciate that for key public sector workers, the affordability of the public transport system is key.
Catherine Foods.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A train station serving Mega and Undy will take cars off the badly congested M4 and open doors to new opportunities for local people. It's also excellent value for money because the track and so much infrastructure is already there. I'm delighted that the government made funding available for the long-awaited burn stations, which include Mega. Can the Minister give an update on progress towards delivering this all-important station?
So stay.
We're working closely with the Welsh Government and the Welsh Rails Board to determine what the best prioritisation of the £445 million that we've made available at the spending review for the Welsh Rail network is. I caught up with the Welsh Transport Minister, Ken Skates, a couple of weeks ago when we were together at the refurbishment launch of Cardiff Station. And I'll be talking to him more about this in the coming weeks, and we'll update her as soon as we've got more information available.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a Yorkshireman, I love a bargain, so I welcome the Great British Rail Sale, but members of the Young Liberals have told me they aren't able to use their rail cards when purchasing rail sale tickets. So will the Government Minister be able to justify a rail sale that excludes young people, and will they look to fix it?
Millions and millions of people will benefit from this government's rail sale that is running this week, and that will be in addition to the over billion journeys that will be captured by the fares freeze that we have introduced for the first time in 30 years after relentless fare hikes under the previous government.
Sonny Kumar.
Speaker, across the country this week we have seen temperatures plummet and road conditions deteriorate. Sadly in Dudley, the Conservative Council removed 500 brick bins before the winter, creating dangerous conditions for all and making simple day-to-day errands simply impossible. Will my right honourable friend work with me to ensure Dudley roads are safe all year round and hold the council to account?
I will indeed. It's for local highway authorities to determine what the most appropriate measures are to achieve the gridding of roads based on local circumstances. We continue to offer support by maintaining a national emergency salt reserve.
Daniel Francis.
Speaker, as Chair of the APPG for wheelchair users, I warmly welcome the announcement this week that the Department is consulting on its review of the law on powered mobility devices. Can I ask the Minister to confirm that the Government is now consulting on changing the current maximum weight limit of a powered mobility device, given some wheelchair users with the heaviest wheelchairs are currently breaking the law if they wish to use their device on the pavement?
Certainly, the 40-year-old laws on powered mobility devices will be brought up to date to better support those who use electric wheelchairs and mobility scooters. I can confirm weight limits form part of the consultation, along with size, speed and usage rules, to better reflect modern technology.
Shankar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have many constituents who tell me how fed up they are because of the long waiting times for a driving test. And by the time they get a practical test, their theory has expired, forcing them to pay again. What steps could the Minister take to help people who cannot just afford paying for another test?
Minister.
Something theory test certificates are valid for 2 years by law for road safety reasons. This is to ensure road safety knowledge and hazard perception skills are up to date when the individual takes their practical test. The Government has no plans to change this. My focus remains on driving down those test waiting times once and for all, so we're never in this situation.
Dr. Peter Prinsley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted to inform the Minister that the long-awaited footbridge with lifts at Stowmarket is finally installed and is due to be commissioned very, very soon. But there remain several hazardous crossings on the very busy east-west line between Ipswich and Cambridge, including at Thurston, where pedestrians are obliged to walk across the track. Does the Minister agree that we must support all initiatives to improve the safety of such crossings?
Yes.
I do agree with my honourable friend, and I'm pleased to hear that progress has been made in one location, but our ambition to improve safety in and around the rail network doesn't stop there.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 66 years ago this week, the last regular passenger train called at Middlewich railway station, drawing to a close 92 years of passenger rail travel from the town. A number of students from Middlewich High School have written to me asking the government to consider reopening Middlewich station, and considerable work was undertaken by Enterprise Cheshire and Warrington under the Restoring Your Railway scheme. Will the Minister meet with me to discuss the merits of bringing back railway services to the largest town in Cheshire without a station and restore this vital connection to Manchester, Crewe and beyond?
I'd be very happy to meet with my honourable friend. How can I resist an invitation to do that when he's been contacted by the Next Generation about the importance of improving our rail network? I look forward to our discussion.
Final question, Bengals.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Please consider this a pincer manoeuvre from South Norfolk to talk about Wymondham Railway Station and access for all. This week, I've already met with the Railway Minister and had a very productive meeting. Can I ask on the Secretary of State to help me bang some head together with Network Rail to ensure that we shorten the sidings so we can have an easy access for all station at Wymondham?
I know that the honourable gentleman has spoken to both me and the Rail Minister about Windman accessibility issues before, and I thank him for his hugely pragmatic and practical approach to working out how we can fund an affordable scheme there. I will be saying more about the Access for All programme in the coming weeks, and so I will be sure to stay in touch with him on that particular issue.
Right, well, let the front benches change over. We now come to business questions. Deputy Shadow Leader of the House, John Lamont.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To ask the Leader of the House for the forthcoming business.
Mr. Speaker, on Monday the 12th of January we will have Committee of the Whole House of Finance number 2 Bill Day 1. Tuesday the 13th of January, Committee of the Whole House on the Finance Bill number 2 Day 2. Wednesday the 14th of January, remaining stages of the Public Office Accountability Bill. Thursday the 15th of January, general debate on new towns, followed by a general debate on financial support for small businesses and individuals during the COVID-19 pandemic. The subjects for these debates were determined by the Backbench Business Committee. Friday the 16th of January, the House will not be sitting. The provisional business for the week commencing the 19th of January include Monday the 19th of January, consideration of Lord's amendments to the Diego Garcia Military Base and British Indian Ocean Territory Bill, followed by consideration of Lord's amendments to the Sentencing Bill, followed by consideration of Lord's amendments to the Holocaust Memorial Bill. On Tuesday the 20th of January, Committee of the Whole House and remaining stages of the National Insurance Contributions Employer Pensions Contributions Bill, followed by a motion to approve the draft Northern Ireland Troubles, Legacy and Reconciliation Act 2023 Remedial Order 2025.
John Lamb.
Mr. Speaker, may I begin by wishing you, Mr. Speaker, the Leader, Honourable and Right Honourable Members and all staff of this House a very happy New Year. And I appreciate that the Leader may still be recovering from the excesses of the festive season, so I will not try to add unduly to his discomfort. But I want to start with a simple request. Will he give a clear commitment that this government will stop making significant policy announcements when Parliament is not sitting? Mr. Speaker, I know you take this issue very seriously, but we had another significant announcement made not to Parliament but to the media. Whilst we on this side welcome the partial U-turn of the vindictive and cruel family farm tax, it was utterly wrong for the government to sneak out such a major policy shift just a few days before Christmas, when this House was not in session and members could not properly scrutinise ministers about their change of course. We then saw Labour members rush to social media to claim that they had always thought it was the wrong policy and had been working hard behind the scenes to persuade ministers to change it. I have to say to the House, that will simply not wash with farmers. Farmers are not daft. They will remember the Honourable and Right Honourable members opposite trooping through the division lobbies to vote down Conservative attempts to stop this dreadful family farm tax. They will remember the Labour MPs clapping like seals from the back benches every time the Prime Minister insisted that this tax was the right thing to do. There was, Mr Speaker, however, one exception, the Honourable Member for Penrith and Solway. He did the right thing. He knows the difference between right and wrong. He stood up for farmers and businesses in his constituency. He voted against this disastrous policy because he knew Labour had promised before the election not to introduce such a tax, and he knew that pledge had been broken. Now that events have proved the Honourable Member for Penrith and Solway correct, can I ask the Leader of the House, when will the whip be restored to him? If the Government now accepts that the policy was wrong, will it also accept that punishing those who opposed it was wrong too? Mr Speaker, the turn of the year is traditionally a time for reflection and resolution. Before Christmas, the Leader informed us that he does not make New Year's resolutions. Can I ask him, please, to think again? 2025 was, in truth, a year defined by U-turns. So I ask the Leader, what is he going to do to ensure that this government is better led, more stable and more honest with the public in the year ahead? In 2025, we had U-turns on inheritance tax on farmers and small businesses, a statutory inquiry into grooming gangs, winter fuel payments, the two-child benefit cap, income tax, welfare reform, national insurance, compensation for waspy women, the Prime Minister warmly welcoming Al Fatah back to Britain only to claim he regrets it, the Deputy Prime Minister forced to resign over her tax affairs, the US Ambassador Peter Mandelson sacked for his links to a notorious paedophile, the Homelessness Minister quit after making her tenants homeless. Mr Speaker, on issue after issue, the Government has lurched from announcement to reversal, creating uncertainty for families, for businesses and for some of the most vulnerable people in our society. So can I ask the Leader, with all this chaos and uncertainty at the very top of Government, does he believe that the Prime Minister will still be in a job this time next year? If the Prime Minister's beloved Arsenal stay top of the table and win the league this year, will he be enjoying it as Prime Minister or as a punter? Mr Speaker, there has been speculation that His Royal Highness the King will open the new session of Parliament on the 12th of May. Can the Leader confirm this and when Parliament will prorogue? Finally, Mr Speaker, the pub and hospitality sector are facing a bleak, dry January. But it's particularly bad this winter because of the policy decisions taken by this Labour government to hike up their taxes. Hundreds of pubs, restaurants and hotels across the country have now banned Labour MPs from their premises. One publican said that everyone is fed up because the Labour government hasn't listened and has instead taxed us more. Why does the Labour government, Mr Speaker, not understand the importance that local pubs and hotels play in our economy? The country is ready to call time on the Prime Minister. It is last orders for his Labour government. After just 18 months in power, the Prime Minister's leadership is stale. He's like a flat pint. Even the regulars have had enough. So will the Leader commit to make representations to the Chancellor to lessen the tax burden on this industry? And will he tell us if he's been banned from his local pub yet?
Leader of the House.
Indeed, Mr Speaker, and can I start with wishing you, Mr Speaker, and everyone across the House a Happy New Year. And I'd like to congratulate parliamentarians, past and present, recognised in this New Year's honours. It's right and proper that people who make an exemplary contribution to public service are recognised, like so many others across our country. I also want to say, Mr Speaker, that I was saddened to hear about the passing of Sir Patrick Duffy at the age of 105. He was a committed Member of Parliament for Colne Valley between 1963 and 1966, and then for Sheffield Attercliffe between 1970 and 1992, and he served as Minister for the Navy. He is the longest-lived MP in British history, and I send my condolences to his friends and family. I must say, Mr Speaker, that it's a shame that the Shadow Leader is not here today. I understand that he's been described in Tatler as, and I quote, the last upper-class Tory MP and the truest Renaissance man in Parliament. And he does always bring some class to our proceedings, but I'm delighted to be responding to today. Mr. Speaker, this week the government has published the road safety strategy. The strategy makes our roads safer and cut road deaths by 65% by 2023. We will save roads and are taking decisive action to make our roads safer for everyone. We'll tackle drink driving, improving training for young drivers and introducing mandatory eye tests for older motorists. This is another example, Mr. Speaker, of the government responding to the concerns raised by members across the House, including at business questions. And the Transport Minister will say more in her statement later today. But that's not all, Mr. Speaker. In the coming months, thousands more free breakfast clubs will open, 3,000 more neighbourhood police officers will be on our streets by March. Almost 120 community diagnostic centres will be open 7 days a week across the country by April, as we bring down waiting lists and renew our NHS. And there will be new rights for renters and workers coming into effect in the spring. Which is why, Mr. Speaker, after 14 years of decline and drift under the previous government, our aim is that 2026 is the year of renewal, when it becomes real, visible and felt. In terms of what the honourable gentleman has asked, Mr. Speaker, and in terms of announcements, he knows my view because he's quoted it back to me, that announcements wherever possible should be made in this House first. But the reality was we were very aware of the concern amongst the farming community. We have listened to the farming community, and at the earliest opportunity, Mr. Speaker, we wanted to inform the farming community of what our plans are going forward. And I have to say, contrary to what he is, the impression that he's given today, that the announcement has been warmly welcomed by farmers. We will have an opportunity to debate this matter more fully, because I've just announced that we'll be debating the finance bill shortly. In terms of whipping, I'm delighted to say that whipping is a matter for the Chief Whip, no longer for me. In terms of being better led and more stable, it's not in our gift alone to decide that, because that was decided by the country, Mr. Speaker, at the last general election, when they were very clear that they voted for a stable, well-led government, and that is what we are delivering. And in terms of when the King's speech will be, we have said that it will be spring 2024. That will obviously depend somewhat on 26 rather, dependent on progress of business. And finally, he raises the issue of hospitality. The Prime Minister has been absolutely clear on this too, that we are listening, and that he's actively we are actively looking at further measures to help pubs, whether or not in the hospitality industry, whether these are in rural areas or in urban areas. But I have to say, Mr. Speaker, we're not going to take any lessons from the party opposite, because during 14 years there were a record number of pub closures. They did nothing to help the situation, which is why we've got a job to do, and we're getting on with it.
Very good.
And Happy New Year to you. Delays in the court system mean that one of my constituents has been in prison awaiting trial on remand for over a year. She is in Newhall Prison, 200 miles away from her mother, who is disabled and cannot make that journey. She has requested a transfer to Bronzefield Prison so her mother can visit. Today, Heba Moresi is close to death because she has been on a hunger strike protest for 67 days. I plead with the Leader of the House to let common sense and humanity prevail, to urgently intervene, to agree the transfer, and also to consider allowing her release on bail to her family home in my constituency.
Order. We've got to be very careful in your word. No, one of us is going to sit down, Barry. Just to say, please, the advice was just to keep away, get into the detail of where the jury are, and I can't afford that. Have you finished?
I respect your ruling, Mr. Speaker. I'll leave it at that.
Okay. If my honourable friend gives me the details of the case, and I'm talking about where the person concerned is currently, then I will obviously raise that with the Justice Secretary. But on the wider point, we are continually assessing prisoners' well-being and will always take appropriate action, including taking prisoners to hospital if their situation requires that. But if he raises that issue with me, I will not only draw it to the attention of the Justice Secretary, but to make sure that he gets the assurances that he and the family need.
Bobby Dean, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and Happy New Year to you and everybody in the House. And if I could just respond briefly to something the Conservative Shadow Leader said, I sincerely hope Arsenal don't win the league. Over Christmas, some people have had the unfortunate experience of finding themselves in their local hospital. And they would have been met by a packed emergency department and possibly treated in the corridor. New statistics from the Royal College of Emergency Medicine this week said that over 1.5 million people had to wait longer than 12 hours in emergency departments last year, and over 16,000 excess deaths have been as a result of those long waits. And at my local hospital in St Helier, the situation is worse than the national average, and over 80%, that's the vast majority, are remaining in the emergency department for longer than is deemed medically necessary. Now, this is, of course, down to a multitude of reasons, one of which being the inadequacy of social care, one to do with bed capacity in hospitals, which we know in the UK is worse than other comparable economies, and also the condition of the estate. And with the new hospitals programme having many delays in it, that means my local hospital is having to close wards and do repairs and maintenance programmes, further exacerbating the problem. Now, Mr Speaker, when corridor care first came up in my inbox, I was shocked by it. I understood how tragic the situation was and how undignified it was for patients and families, but I had hoped there would be a temporary urgent measure that would resolve itself in time, but that is not proving to be the case. So I wonder if the Leader of the House can ask the Secretary of State to make a statement on the matter of corridor care and how we can hasten its end immediately.
Leader. Thank you very much indeed, Mr Speaker. And first of all, can I pay tribute to staff who are currently working across our NHS, but also worked throughout the holiday period, against what is still a challenging situation, despite the progress that this government is making, because we are committed to investing not just for today, but for the future in the NHS to improve waiting times and to improve access to care. And spending will increase by £29 billion in real terms by 2028-29. We are committed to cutting waiting lists. And they've fallen for the first time in years, £450 million into urgent and emergency care plan. But we do, and the Secretary of State understands the scale of the challenge that we inherited and still the scale of the challenge going forward. But I will draw to his attention the Honourable Gentleman's comments, because the Secretary of State is not short in coming forward to this House and updating about the challenges, but also the progress that we're making in the NHS.
Jim Backman.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and a Happy New Year to you and to the House. High street banks have left many towns high and dry, leaving whole communities and businesses without even basic banking facilities. The rollout of banking hubs is welcomed, but our ambition should be that every town has a bank, including Chadderton and Royton, where postmasters at the post office are ready and willing to take on that challenge. So can we have a debate in government time on banking hubs to explore this further?
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I do appreciate the issue of high street banks. It's been raised with me on a number of occasions, and of course the government is making progress in the rollout of 350 banking hubs, but we've been absolutely clear that that is not the end of our ambition. And that we intend that this will go further. This is the sort of issue that I know resonates across the House, and should my honourable friend seek an adjournment debate on this matter, then he may get from the Minister what our further plans are going forward.
Bob Blackman, Chair of the Backbench Committee.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and a Happy New Year. And at this time of year, of course, very sadly, often we have to report on deaths. And the fact that Martin Chivers, Terry Yorath, and indeed Kevin Keegan, who's facing a fight against stomach cancer, I'm sure the whole House will wish their families long life, and indeed Kevin Keegan a swift recovery. In addition to the business that the Leader has announced, there will be a statement next Thursday from the Justice Committee on the drugs in prison and what action needs to be taken. I note that the leader didn't announce whether we will be getting the 22nd of January as a day, so we haven't allocated any business for that day as yet. But if we're given Thursday the 29th of January, there'll be the full day's debate on Holocaust Memorial Day. In Westminster Hall next week on Tuesday, there'll be a debate on the statutory duty of care for universities. On Thursday, a debate on the impact of food inflation on cost of living, followed by a debate on the impact of gambling harms on children and young people. On Tuesday the 20th of January, in Westminster Hall, there'll be a debate on the role of NHS in preventing homicides and domestic violence. And on Thursday the 22nd, a debate on transport connectivity in Midlands and North Wales, followed by a debate on the International Day of Education. Now, Mr. Speaker, the whole House will be well aware of the outrageous crimes of David Carrick and Cliff Mitchell. This morning, a report has been published about the Metropolitan Police, the way they've recruited police officers and staff. During the period of 2018 to 2023, because of the need to recruit more police officers, the normal vetting procedures were completely ignored. 5,073 individuals were recruited without vetting. 4,528 had no special branch approval. 431 had no Ministry of Defence approval. And even more scandalously than that, 114 who were actually vetted and refused were granted on appeal to actually join the Metropolitan Police. The estimate is that 1,200 officers and staff who would have been refused were recruited to the Metropolitan Police. Now, the vast majority, the overwhelming majority of police officers do a brilliant job on our behalf and keep us safe. However, this is a clear scandal where vetting was not carried out and creates a crisis of confidence in the police and indeed casts doubt on the police themselves, who want to see the bad apples removed and indeed prevented from coming into the police force in the first place. However, there is concern now that this may have happened in other police forces across the country. So could we have a statement from the Home Secretary? I know she's condemned the position, but will she come and give a statement to the House on what action is going to be taken to prevent this happening?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I first of all join him in sending our condolences to the friends and family of Martin Chivers, and also our best wishes to Kevin Keegan for what we hope is a swift recovery. Let me thank him for his work and the work of the Backbench Business Committee and for updating the House on what that looks like going forward. He's right, I didn't announce the business for the 22nd of January. I've listened to what he said, and I will do everything that I can to make sure that we find time for what I was disappointed. From Monday, a debate has been postponed, and therefore we'll see if we can accommodate that. In terms of the very serious matter which is raised around the Met Police recruitment, the Home Secretary has launched an investigation into the Met's recruitment and vetting processes, which will be led by the police watchdog, His Majesty's Chief Inspector of Constabulary. Abandoning vetting checks on police officers was a dereliction of the Met's duty to keep London safe, and the public rightly expect officers to undergo robust checks so that the brightest and best, not the criminals, are the ones who are policing our streets. In terms of updating the House and what action needs to be taken, and also whether or not this is an issue which is beyond the Metropolitan Police, there is an investigation, and I'm sure when the Home Secretary has the findings of that investigation, she will of course want to update the House.
Just on a point on Monday, it was the amount of UQs I think that was aimed at. And that was because government decided to do statements outside the normal time. That's why business was lost. But I'm sure that when the opposition put in those UQs, they thought that was important. So I'm only carrying out my job is to ensure that backbenchers have their voices heard. Let's try one now by Dawn Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and a Happy New Year to you and all of the staff. The Leader of the House, I also have a constituent, like my neighbour from Brent West, which I will talk to you about. But just in regards to what was just mentioned by the Chair of the Backbench Committee, the report today for the Met Police is very worrying. And in addition to that, the Met has informed me last year that only half of the police are on the Met's DNA database, where it should be 100%. So in addition to the investigation, can we please include this as well, and maybe, as well as a statement, have a debate in government time for the House?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'll make sure that the Home Secretary has heard my honourable friend's remarks around the extent of the investigation and see if her concerns can be addressed in that. And as I've already said in a previous answer, once that investigation is concluded, I'm sure that the Home Secretary will want to find time to come back to the House and update the House and, if necessary, have a debate about it.
Ross.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and a very happy New Year to you and all of your staff in the Speaker's office. I would like the Leader of the House to know that I am very concerned to hear that several police and community support officers currently under Transport Policing Command within the Metropolitan Police are being forcibly redeployed to a private contractor within Transport for London. Now, this has caused a tremendous amount of upset for those concerned, including one of my constituents whose only other option is to resign. So, will the Leader of the House please consider a broader debate on the structure of the Metropolitan Police and its relationship with outside private organisations?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Should those issues arise from the investigation that we've just been talking about, then I'm sure there'll be an opportunity for the honourable gentleman to raise those concerns. But in terms of how resources are deployed, it is a matter, of course, for the Mayor of London on these matters. But I'm sure that he is doing everything that he can to ensure that officers are deployed where they are most needed. It is an unsettling time for people when we get into that situation, but it is fundamentally a matter for the Mayor of London.
Andy Backbench.
Thank you, Speaker. Very, very happy New Year to you. And in this new year, I'm very much looking forward to seeing just how the policies this government has delivered in its first 18 months have a real impact on the day-to-day lives of people in Rosendale and Darwin. But despite much-needed investment, including Pride and Place programmes, Rosendale remains the only borough in the north with no commuter rail link. Now, the fragmented nature of Lancashire politics has held this back for years, but now the local government reorganisation this government is delivering finally gives us the chance to give this project a fresh start. So will the Leader agree to a debate in government time as to how devolution can enable projects like the Rottenstall rail link that delivers vital transport for local areas?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The English Devolution and Community Empowerment Bill will deliver on the government's commitment to widen and deepen devolution across England and give communities stronger tools to shape their local areas. We are committed to delivering and improving infrastructure that communities need, as outlined in our 10-year infrastructure strategy, and I'd encourage my honourable friend to raise this matter at MHCLG orals shortly.
Why not, Mark Francois?
Happy New Year, Mr Speaker. Can we have an urgent debate on the need to proceed with the local elections in May? In July 1945, we held a general election, even though we were still involved in fighting the Second World War in the Far East. So if we could have a general election in wartime, why can't we have local elections in peacetime, including in Labour-led Basildon, Labour-led Southend and Labour-led Thurrock, 4 months from today? What are Labour frightened of, other, of course, than losing?
Yes, well, as my honourable friends are saying, Mr Speaker, certainly not the party opposite. But we have made absolutely clear our reasons for this, because more time is needed in some areas to reorganise local government in these areas, and many of these requests don't come from government, they actually come from local areas themselves.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and a happy New Year to you and your staff. Like many members across this House, I receive regular alerts from the Environment Agency warning of potential flooding in my constituency, and every time that phone rings I get the feeling of dread that this will be the time when my town floods. Every time the alert is downgraded, I and my constituents breathe a sigh of relief, as happened most recently on Monday this week. A major flooding event is expected every 20 years in Lowestoft, which is the only UK coastal town with no formal tidal flood defences, and I know the devastation that it would bring, like the last time in 2013 when 152 homes and businesses were flooded. Will the Leader of the House therefore find government time for a debate on coastal flooding?
Thank you,
Leader.
Mr. Speaker. We are committed to supporting coastal communities and ensuring coastal risk management is fit for the challenges that we now face, but also going forward. We are making a record £10.5 billion investment and delivering the largest flood and coastal investment programme in history. But I would encourage my honourable friend to apply for a debate on this matter. There are a number of MPs who will be concerned too, but also if she wishes to meet with the Flood Minister to discuss this, I'll help her to arrange that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This past week, we've all been speaking about the need to respect the rule of international law, yet transnational repression, where authoritarian regimes extend their jurisdiction beyond their borders and their powers, is worryingly present in UK soil. My constituent Shahzad Akbar, who is a former human rights lawyer, former cabinet minister and political dissident from Pakistan, has faced repeated and violent attacks against him in efforts to intimidate him. He suffered an acid attack in his home in front of his 4-year-old daughter. Then just on Christmas Eve, he had a physical assault against him, resulting in a broken nose and jaw, again in front of his young family. Then just before New Year's Eve, a terrifying arson attack on his home. I've made the Foreign Secretary and Home Secretary aware of these, but will the Leader of the House agree with me that this cannot be allowed on British soil, that further measures are needed to protect political dissidents here in our country, and that a debate on transnational repression and the government's measures to combat it is in the interests of democracy and this House? Thank you.
Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the honourable lady gives me further details of this case, I'll make sure that it's raised with the appropriate department to see what else can be done to assist in this matter. But of course, the government believes that political matters or faith matters, even though we may disagree, should never be a situation where people are threatened or indeed attacked in that. And the FCDO raises these concerns regularly where necessary with countries, governments across the world. But if she lets me have the details, I'll make sure that she gets a response.
Emma Foodie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. During Parliament Week last year, I had the absolute privilege of going along to Seaton Delaval First School and meeting the Year 3 and 4 classes there to receive a grilling, it has to be said, with some excellent questions. But since the pupils have got in touch to arrange a range of issues, including the environment, vape in schools, NHS, social media and the impact on young people. Does the Leader of the House, especially as does he agree, especially as a former teacher himself, how important it is that we ensure that young people have a stake in our politics and feel that their voices are heard when we are discussing these important issues?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, can I pay tribute to the hard work of the staff and the pupils at Seaton Delaval First School. And I thank my honourable friend for her question. It is important that young people are at the heart of decisions that are made that affect their lives, which is why we recently published the National Youth Strategy and are committed to extending the right to vote to 16 and 17-year-olds, but also making sure that they're equipped with the knowledge about how voting works, but also what their role is in that. You may wish to attend MHCLG questions on the 12th of January to learn more about our work to ensure that young people are equipped and empowered to participate in democracy.
When we lost our police station in Aldridge, we were told the choice was between bobbies or bricks. Now, under Labour's Police and Crime Commissioner, a £41 million funding gap means there will be 80 fewer officers on our streets next year. So can the Leader of the House explain how cutting police numbers in my constituency delivers Labour's promise to get more police into our communities?
Mr. Speaker, we are committed to increasing the number of police officers. It was a disgrace, the situation that we were left at the time of the next election, and we are committed to a neighbourhood policing guarantee, putting 13,000 more officers into neighbourhood policing roles, which is a 50% increase from where they are. In terms of a choice between police stations or officers and bobbies on the beat, it is up to police and crime commissioners, again, to make a choice as to where the resources can best be deployed.
Back here.
Thank you.
Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, we had, as you know, a good discussion in questions about bus services, something that's a passionate issue for many members across this House, because bus services are such an easy way for people to get around and make transport accessible financially and otherwise for people. In London, we've seen bus ridership drop by 23%, and there are a number of issues, particularly my concern is about the 38 bus route, which is due to be, or being consulted on curtailment, so that it only goes as far as Holborn in the Prime Minister's constituency. Might be good for him, but we all want to go as far as Victoria and Theatreland. So a number of us MPs are concerned about this across the House. Is it not time to have a debate in government time about the great stuff that the government is doing on buses, so that transport ministers can learn from us across the country and make sure that we are expressing what is the best practice and learning from each other? Could the government provide time for this?
Mr Speaker, my right honourable friend is a great champion for her constituency and particularly for that part of London which she represents, and she's absolutely right to raise concerns on behalf of constituents about the number 38 bus route. This will be of concern to a number of colleagues, and I would invite her to look towards an adjournment debate to get reassurance, or certainly to inform ministers of concerns and see what can be done to help the situation.
Sarah Putchin.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Whilst Reform UK welcomed the Foreign Secretary's update to the House on Monday regarding Al Fatah, will the government give consideration to allocating time for my presentation bill introduced yesterday, which addresses the national security risk posed by individuals convicted abroad of national security offences? If not, will the Home Secretary at least make a statement to the House on her assessment of the threat posed by this individual, and whether or not the government intends to pursue deprivation of his British citizenship and deport him?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I am aware that the Honourable Lady has raised this matter. We will study very carefully what her bill says, but the Home Secretary has been very clear about how strong the government's stance is on these matters, and I will raise it after this session with the Home Secretary and ensure that the Honourable Lady gets an answer.
Nick Smith.
Mr Speaker, constituents in the Upper Rumley Valley face unacceptably high petrol prices. And when I wrote to the Competition and Markets Authority, they referred to a forthcoming fuel finder scheme. However, there's no confirmed launch date. So I do get that this is complicated, but will the Leader of the House please encourage ministers to provide a statement on when the scheme will be delivered to improve consumer information across the UK?
Thank you, Mr. Leader. I'm grateful that my honourable friend has raised this matter because, of course, the government made clear before the Christmas recess of our intention to introduce a fuel finder scheme. It happens in other countries. It can happen in this country, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure of the date of introduction, but I will arrange with the Minister for my honourable friend to have a meeting so he can express his concerns and perhaps find out from ministers what actually the timescale is going forward.
Andrew Stone.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. 12, I believe it is, out of the 15 constituencies in Lancashire benefited from the Pride in Places scheme. Many people may not be surprised to know that Fylde, as the only Conservative constituency in Lancashire, was not on that list. But we will not let it deter us, because we do have pride in our place and ambitions for it, whether it be the Pier Link or the island site in St Anne's, the public realm improvements we want to make in Lytham and Poulton, or reopening the derelict Kirkham Baths. Could we have a statement from the government on how those areas that have been left behind by not being in the Pride in Places scheme can attract investment to continue to improve their towns and villages?
Mr. Speaker, any improvement in local areas is not dependent upon the Pride in Places scheme, but it will be significantly helped by the Pride in Place scheme. I'm not entirely surprised that there are not that many Conservative constituencies or authorities that are not in there, because there aren't many of them left after the general election. But there are a number of things. If the honourable The honourable gentleman is doing exactly the right thing, Mr Speaker. He is raising concerns on behalf of his constituents about how best they can improve their areas. And my advice to him, if he wants to hear it from ministers as to what our ambitions are for every local area, and we are ambitious for every local area, is seek an adjournment debate, make the points and see what the minister's got to say.
Dr Jeevan Sanders.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My constituents, like many across this House, have been horrified by the wreckage that we've seen in Gaza. Whilst there has been a ceasefire, of course, there is still violence, and now aid is struggling to get in. I'd like to thank my constituents who have raised this issue with me. I'd like to thank the House for also raising this issue as well. But can the leader assure me that this government will do everything we can to ensure that we help rebuild Gaza and ensure that aid goes in?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for continuing to raise this crucial matter. It is essential that all parties build on the foundations of the peace plan towards a sustainable path for long-term peace. We will play a leading role in accelerating Gaza's reconstruction, and this financial year we are providing £116 million for humanitarian and other aid, including healthcare, food, clean water and sanitation. But the government continues to keep this very at the forefront of our mind for the area, and ensure that the future for the people of that area is better than has been in the past.
Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The village of East Halton in my constituency is partly cut off at the moment because of a sinking road. Natural England are refusing permission to the local authority to move in and carry out the work because of badgers in the area. This is causing complete chaos, and tractors and HGVs having to use country lanes. It highlights yet again the powers of Natural England and other agencies to overrule the democratically elected authorities who want to carry out work on behalf of their local residents. Could the leader arrange for a debate to consider the powers these authorities have and how we can return some of them to elected authorities?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Of course, one of the things that the government is doing is looking across planning, for example, to ensure that there is a balance between the natural world, which people are very, very concerned about, but also that where there is development, or in this case, improvement or repair, that there is perhaps more of a balance than there has been in the past. But I will draw this to the attention of the appropriate minister so that they can set out for the honourable gentleman what our plans are to make sure that there is proportionate influence for organisations like Natural England.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Happy New Year. Access to a local GP is vital for every community, and in Shenstone and Stonell, residents are rightly concerned after a consultation proposing to reduce services at Westgate Surgery from 5 days to 3. This has raised concerns for the long-term future of the practice and risks forcing patients to travel 4 miles to Lichfield to access the service they need. Can I ask for time in this House to debate rural healthcare services and GP access?
Leader. Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for her question. We absolutely recognise the challenges faced by rural areas, which is why we're increasing capacity in general practices by recruiting more GPs, ensuring the necessary workforce is in place. You may wish to raise this directly with ministers, however, at health questions on the 13th of January.
Jones.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Cancer patients are suffering due to variations in cancer care across the country. In particular, clinical nurse specialists, a key part of cancer care, are stretched and very thinly and are unable to meet patients' needs in many regions. A breast cancer care now survey found that a quarter of respondents have not seen a clinical nurse specialist since their diagnosis. Can we have a debate in government time on how best to tackle variation in cancer care, and particularly the problems in accessing clinical nurse specialists?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. He raises a really important matter here, and the NHS plan and the investment that we're putting in is to ensure that we don't just address the issue of where people are, but that there are more people in the system to respond to the concerns that he has. But let me very gently say to him, and it also applies to his honourable friend, the Liberal Democrat leader of the House, we all support the end in that we want to see more specialists in cancer care and everywhere else. But you've also got to support the means, and therefore that means voting when it comes to budgets to ensure that the money is there that we are putting in. Liberals can't have it both ways.
John Slinger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Backbenchers in this House strengthen the hand of ministers in tackling injustice, as was shown when the Housing Minister called in the Managing Director of Firstport in real time during a debate. And honourable members on this side are holding an informal inquiry into such issues. It's really important because a constituent of mine has seen his service charge nearly quadruple in 2 years in the case of Firstport. So can the leader set out whether there could be a debate in government time so that honourable members on the backbenches can shine a light, a cleansing light on the malpractices of companies like this and others?
Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend is absolutely right to raise these concerns on behalf of his constituents, and they will be echoed by a number of colleagues indeed across the House. The government is absolutely committed to ensuring that those living in the leasehold sector are protected from abuse and poor service at the hands of unscrupulous managing agents, and we will strengthen regulation of managing agents to drive up the standards of their service. We will be publishing the draft leasehold and common hold reform bill as soon as possible, and of course alongside that the opportunity for future debate.
Robbie Moore.
Mr. Speaker, Haworth Village Hall is a vital community asset in the centre of the Worth Valley in my constituency, but is in desperate need of repair and upgrade and maintenance, which is why under the last Conservative government over £1 million was allocated to this project back in 2021. But since then this money has sat with Labour-run Bradford Council and remains still to be unspent. So whilst the asset deteriorates, so can we have a debate in government time which makes sure that money that is allocated is spent in reasonable time so that assets don't continue to deteriorate?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the honourable gentleman gives me details of the case, I'll make sure that it's taken up with the appropriate ministers, because it might be appropriate, although these are matters to be decided locally. It is a matter of public money, and it might be that if ministers can do anything to help resolve the situation, then that will be appropriate.
David.
Happy New Year to you and your staff. Mr. Speaker, I have some pleasing news. Knife attacks in Lewisham over the last year has seen a 23% reduction. And I wish to celebrate and to thank the council, the police, our Mayor of London and all of the local community organisations who have helped to achieve this, as well as bringing more peace to our streets. However, with this said, Mr. Speaker will probably be able to draw to his mind that last year there were 2 fatal deaths due to knife crime in my constituency, and of course any knife crime, and of course a fatality, is awful news and that nobody wants to hear or to know about. But I am seeking a government statement on the progress of the Knife Crime Coalition announcement in September 2024 and the Knife Crime Action Plan promise in the Labour manifesto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I join her in thanking everyone involved in this initiative? And there's a long way to go, but there is important progress which is being made. Tackling knife crime is a top priority for this government, and although there are still too many cases, knife crime overall has fallen for the first time in 4 years, but there's a great deal more to do. The Coalition to Tackle Knife Crime has helped to shape key policies, including the Ninja sword ban and online sales review, but I will draw to the attention of Home Office ministers the remarks of my honourable friend, but I also have to say that we're also bringing forward further measures in the Crime and Policing Bill to strengthen legislation on knives.
Tom Gordon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to join the Leader of the House in recognising people who are awarded honours in the New Year's list, including those who live and work in Harrogate and Knaresborough, like Simon Roberts, Jane Bayliss, Professor Piers Forster, Miriam and Terence Wilcox and Master Ali, who was awarded an MBE for services to Taekwondo. I've had the pleasure of attending some of those Taekwondo sessions, but fortunately not participating. And it was a guest at one of the contests held locally last year. Martial arts and taekwondo in particular play an important role in health, well-being, discipline and providing an opportunity for young people. Will the Leader of the House ask the relevant minister for further support and promotion of martial arts?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Local sport plays such an important part in our local communities, and of course the many volunteers who get involved, and they literally change people's lives for the better. So he's right in paying tribute to those involved and drawing to attention the fact that many of them quite rightly receive reward. I will draw to the attention his remarks to the relevant minister and see what further we can do, but the government is ambitious in this regard.
Paul Waugh.
Speaker, every year since 2021, the residents of Wrenbury Drive in Rochdale have turned their street into a spectacular display of Christmas lights, a real winter wonderland, which is all in aid of our local brilliant hospice, Spring Hill Hospice. This year, they've raised more than £6,000 as families of all backgrounds came to marvel at what is really Rochdale's own Rochdale Illuminations. Will he join me in congratulating Maria Briley and all other Rochdalians who make this such a fantastic event in our Christmas calendar?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I will, of course, join my honourable friend in thanking Maria Briley and everyone involved in making Rochdale's Christmas celebrations a success and raising a significant amount, a very welcome amount for charity, but also thank him for raising this matter. He's such a diligent and hard-working MP. At the forefront of his mind for every time is the interest of his constituents, and I thank him for that.
James Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Leader of the House for the opportunity to ask an important question? This week, I'd just like to turn our attention to Nicaragua. The country has witnessed a recent severe escalation of human rights violation and religious persecution. The Nicaraguan government has banned Bibles, the very Bible that we have in this chamber we start our business with each and every day, at border crossings as part of a broader crackdown on the Catholic Church that has been ongoing since 2019. So will the Leader of the House ask the Foreign Secretary what steps the government will take to raise these violations with the Nicaraguan authorities and to ensure that freedom of religion or belief is upheld? Thank you so much.
Leader.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. First of all, I want to wish the Honourable Gentleman a Happy New Year and thank him for raising such an important question, as he always does. We do share his concern about the suppression of human rights in Nicaragua and elsewhere, including in relation to freedom of religion or belief. I will raise it with ministers as he asks, but he also may wish to raise it directly himself at Foreign Office orals on the 20th of January.
Mark Stewart.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I recently met with the Morley Indian community who raised concerns with me about the proposed ILR changes. Now, many of these people are highly skilled, highly qualified, they work in key sectors, claim no benefits, but they're seriously worried that their families won't qualify for ILR under the new rules, despite they themselves meeting the new higher eligibility requirements. I want to recognise that this community has enriched life in Leeds South Western Morley and makes a significant contribution to the UK. So will the Leader of the House grant debate in government time on the urgent need to clarify the new ILR rules for those that work hard and make a significant contribution to our country?
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for this question and for highlighting the contribution of the Indian community in his constituency, but also across our country. The changes we're making, Madam Deputy Speaker, are about tightening the rules for future claimants, not a retrospective policy that would risk harming the families who have made their lives here and such an important contribution. My honourable friend may wish to raise his concerns in the Westminster Hall debate on indefinite leave to remain, which is taking place on the 2nd of February, and to ask ministers directly.
Sonia Kumar.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In towns like Dudley, bus routes are lifeblood of the community. This is why I was disappointed that we're part of the 215 bus service serving Sledmere was going to be scrapped, and residents were rightfully upset. But I'm delighted that this decision has been overturned after lobbying the Transport for West Midlands, and I thank them for their change in direction. In the light of this, will my right honourable friend welcome the reinstatement and grant time for a debate on the importance of protecting bus routes where other forms of transport are not available?
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I certainly will join her, but also congratulate her for lobbying for the bus service to be reinstated, which I understand from what she has said has happened. So we need to congratulate her and everyone else who campaigned on it as well. The government believes bus services are vital to local communities, and I would invite her to have an adjournment debate, or indeed a backbench business debate, about bus services, where colleagues will be able to join her in appreciating the importance of those services and hearing directly from ministers.
Tom Hayes.
Speaker, every other worst. My constituents face misery over Christmas with no customer service, in fact customer service which was only in the form of chatbots. I recently received a woeful reply after writing to Every's CEO. Now, there are many excellent couriers, including Rodrigo, Martin and Tony in Bournemouth, and I thank them, but they're being let down by Every. Does my honourable friend agree that when private parcel operators deliver appalling customer service without minimum standards, it's workers who suffer and it's customers who suffer too, left shouting into the void? Can he advise me on how I can secure meaningful redress for my constituents of Bournemouth East?
Leader.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thought for a moment that the honourable gentleman had been talking to my wife on the success or otherwise of Every. The delivery practices which were exposed in a recent Panorama programme are simply unacceptable. The government does expect all parcel operators to meet their service requirements, protect customers and support retailers at the busiest time of the year. And my honourable friend is absolutely right to shine a light on this, and I hope that colleagues will continue to do so until Every or any other operator improves their performance.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. For years, solicitor Andrew Milne has been bullying, threatening and harassing leaseholders, including my Horwich constituents, into buying freeholds off him at massively inflated prices, sometimes as much as £25,000. Yet the Solicitors Regulation Authority has done nothing to stop his outrageous behaviour, which has caused immeasurable pain and suffering to my constituents. Homeowners in Bolton West shouldn't have to live in fear of being ripped off by crooked lawyers. So will the Leader of the House set aside government time for a debate on the lack of action from the Solicitors Regulation Authority in cracking down on lawyers like Milne, who continue to act with impunity?
Leader.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. This does sound like a concerning case, and I'm sure the whole House will join me in condemning the behaviour which he describes. The Solicitors Regulation Authority is an independent regulator. However, the Minister for Courts and Legal Services is writing to them to seek an update and assurance about what action is being taken or is they intend to take, and I'll ensure that my honourable friend is updated on that.
Rachel Blake.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and a Happy New Year to you. At community meetings in Victoria, I hear from my constituents who see open drug dealing on the streets and experience aggressive harassment. But there is hope in the work that Westminster City Council is doing, investing in their staff so that they can work collaboratively with the police and other local community organisations to tackle this issue head on. Will he support me in my request for the Minister for Policing to join me on the streets to see some of the good work and make sure that this continues with additional investment in neighbourhood policing going forward so that we can keep Victoria safe?
Leader.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As my honourable friend will know, we are recruiting 13,000 new police officers into neighbourhood policing roles to tackle issues such as the ones and concerns as the ones that she describes. I'll ensure that she gets a meeting with the relevant minister in the Home Office so she can make her case and give the invitation to join her herself.
Jazz Atwell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In 2020, my constituents, Christine and Francis Saunders, experienced the worst loss any parent can endure. Their daughter, Juliet, died when she was only 25 years of age, after signs of bowel perforations were dismissed. Juliet's death was avoidable had she received timely treatment, and she would have had an 80% chance of survival. Juliet lived with the Cornelia de Lange syndrome, a condition that causes learning disabilities and physical health complications. Her tragic death is not isolated. Many with learning disabilities are routinely failed by healthcare services. They are more than 3 times as likely to die prematurely from treatable causes. Could the Leader make time for the Minister responsible to make an urgent statement on the steps the government is taking to ensure that the concerns of patients with learning disabilities are treated seriously so that no one else suffers in the way that Juliet did?
Leader.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. First of all, I want to extend my deepest sympathies to Christina and Francis, because every avoidable death is a tragedy. And I thank my honourable friend for raising this matter in the serious way in which he has. I will ensure that he gets a meeting with the relevant minister to make his case further and to hear from ministers what further action is planned to address these concerns.
I can see members reviewing their questions. Please keep them short. Patricia Ferguson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Will the Leader of the House join me in welcoming the announcement today by the Secretary of State for Scotland of £140 million of local growth funding for Scotland, including £16.9 million to the Glasgow City region? And does he agree with me that this, together with the record budget settlement to the Scottish Government, demonstrates that Scotland really is at the heart of this Labour Government?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I certainly join my honourable friend in welcoming this investment. As she rightly points out, we provided the biggest funding settlement for the Scottish Government since devolution began, proving that Scotland truly is at the heart of this Labour Government. Our mission is to improve living standards for working people, and the Local Growth Fund is one way we're achieving this for every part of the United Kingdom.
Shankar.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Every rip-off private operator parking fine hurts drivers and hurts our city centres, and Derby is no exception. In October last year, Jumping Fun Play Centre closed their doors for good because families couldn't trust they'd be treated fairly at the Copeland Street car park. I welcome the government has recently consulted on fairer parking rules, but will my right honourable friend encourage a timely consultation response so we can put an end to this rip-off private car operator industry?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As my honourable friend mentions, we are cracking down on unjust private parking charges through a new, stronger private parking code of practice, and I'll ensure that my honourable friend receives an update on the timing of the response.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On Monday, a terrible fire took the life of an elderly resident in Gisborough in my constituency, and my thoughts are with her family and loved ones. This is one of 3 serious fires in my constituency in recent weeks, and Cleveland firefighters have raised with me concerns about the funding formula for fire brigades. They believe that deprivation, such as exists in our region, ought to be taken into account, as is happening in funding formulas for local government and for the NHS. Could the government look at this to make sure that our brave firefighters are given the resources they need to tackle blazes like this one?
Leader.
Madam Deputy Speaker, first of all, I want to extend my deepest sympathies for everyone involved in these horrific events and thank the emergency services for their response. Following the Fair Funding Review consultation, our reforms on the way forward is to ensure that funding is allocated to local authorities and fire and rescue authorities, and that will take into account the different needs of communities across the country. He may wish to attend MHCLG orals on the 12th of January to ask ministers further about this vital work.
David Williams.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. People living in Golden Hill and Sandford have an absolutely brilliant residents association led by the remarkable Tom Simpson. And recently I visited a Tesco Express store alongside them to hear from staff who were concerned about having to deal with regular shoplifting. Does the Leader of the House agree with me that whilst we've taken big steps forward as a government, we've got lots more to do and we must continue to do all we can to protect and support our retail workers?
Leader.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I absolutely agree with my honourable friend, which is why we're taking the steps that we are taking, but also looking what further measures we can do. Through the Crime and Policing Bill, we will end the effective immunity granted to shoplifting of goods under £200. We're also supporting a specialist analysis team cracking down on organised gangs that target retailers.
Catherine Atkinson.
Deputy Speaker, I recently visited Derby Athletics Club and met with volunteers including Ernie, who is 100 years old and has been volunteering for over 70 years. I know that Ernie doesn't like a fuss, but will the Leader of the House join me in thanking Ernie for his incredible commitment? And will he consider how we might best celebrate the work of volunteers in grassroots sport across the country?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend is doing just that by raising these matters, as they sometimes are, at business questions and highlighting the fantastic contribution made by people like Ernie. 70 years of volunteering is very impressive indeed. Grassroots sports are at the very heart of our local communities, which is why we're investing £400 million in grassroots sports facilities, but they depend upon the people to make them work. And those people not only are at the heart of our local communities, they change people's lives for the better. So I absolutely join with her in thanking Ernie and all the other volunteers.
Moon.
Madam Deputy Speaker, for decades, remote coastal areas like Cornwall have seen education funding inexplicably lag well behind urban areas. Now, under this Labour government, the particular challenges and costs associated with delivering services in deprived remote coastal areas have begun to be recognised in some government funding models, but not all. Would the leader help me secure a meeting with the Secretary of State for Education to discuss funding for Cornish schools?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I was pleased to meet with the honourable gentleman, my honourable friend, earlier this week, and he once again demonstrates that he's a champion for Cornwall, and I'm pleased to record that there is some success in the campaigning which has been done by our fantastic MPs in that part of the country, and I would be happy to facilitate the meeting that he requests.
Anna Geldard. Speaker, and Happy New Year to you and your office. This year provides an opportunity to secure our vital local and national infrastructure. So I asked the Leader of the House for government time to be given to discuss the impact on local residents and businesses of the Tamar Bridge and Tall Point Ferry tolls, including the recent proposal to increase the monthly admin fee for Tamar tag holders. This has resulted in an extraordinary meeting of those responsible for the crossings to be held next week, following opposition from myself and my fellow Labour MPs and other local residents.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I was pleased to meet with my honourable friend again earlier this week, and she did raise this matter with me and stress the importance of the Tamar crossings to the communities that she serves. The toll levels were set by the operator and the council, and it's for them to assess the impacts for local residents and business. But should she apply for a debate, a Westminster Hall debate on Tamar Bridge, I'm sure it would be well attended, and she could highlight her concerns.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the legendary Jock Stein once famously said that football without fans is nothing, and of course he was absolutely correct. So I'd like to invite the Leader of the House to join me in recognising the fantastic Alloa Athletic Football Memories Group led by John Glencross. The group regularly meet up and talk all things football, and the meetings support people living with dementia and some who are experiencing loneliness and social isolation. It's an example of great camaraderie, friendship and community spirit.
Leader. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I certainly will join my honourable friend in thanking the Alloa Athletic Memories Group for all the work that they do. I was just reflecting the other day on how that part of the world has produced so many, not just fantastic footballers, but go on to be fantastic managers too. So I'm sure they've got a lot to talk about.
John Pearce.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituents in Glossop and the surrounding areas are up in arms at the news that Reform-run Derbyshire County Council are proposing to close their local tip. Reform don't seem to understand or care that this would force residents on an hour-long trip to the nearest tip in Buxton, making disposal of household waste almost impossible for many. This will increase the risk of fly tipping and litter across my constituency. Will the Leader of the House make time in government time to arrange a debate on the importance of having accessible recycling centres and maintaining vital local services?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank my honourable friend for bringing his concerns to the floor of the House, and he's absolutely right to do so. Fly tipping is a serious crime which blights communities, and the environment and local authorities are responsible for keeping the public land clear of litter and refuse. So it's hugely disappointing to hear of what is happening in that part of the country. And I join my honourable friend in urging the Reform-led Council to take their responsibilities seriously, use the powers that they have got, but most of all, listen to the residents they're meant to serve.
Sarah Coombs.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Guru Nanak Gurdwara in West Brom recently suffered a horrible incident of anti-Sikh hate. An unidentified vandal ran past and dumped a bag of meat on the doorstep. As many Sikhs are vegetarian, this is obviously a very horrible, offensive incident. Can the Leader of the House make time for a debate about how we reject this type of hate, how we protect our places of worship, and how we celebrate the contribution of Sikhs and all faith communities in our areas?
Madam Deputy Speaker, again, my honourable friend is absolutely right to raise these matters. I'm sorry to hear of the case, obviously, that she raises, but everyone should feel safe in their communities. It doesn't, irrespective of their race, religion or beliefs. This year, we're investing almost £71 million to strengthen security at places of worship and other community sites, and we brought forward new legislation through the Crime and Policing Bill to address protests outside places of worship.
Michelle Welsh.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and Happy New Year. The Loudon Flood Action Group, led by the formidable Peter Cross, and groups in other villages in my constituency, including Epistone, are working hard to protect their community from flooding. At a meeting with ministers in Loudon, we heard concerns about liability when it comes to local flood groups taking action to protect homes. Reform-led Nottinghamshire County Council is currently standing in the way of essential flood prevention in Loudon due to perceived potential litigation. Could we have a debate on what support the government can give to these local flood groups so these people can protect their local communities? It seems utterly ridiculous that local government red tape is allowed to put homes at risk. Leader.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend, if she raises her concerns in detail, I'll make sure that they are passed on to ministers, but I'm also happy to facilitate a further meeting with the relevant minister to follow up on any visit that might have taken place. And just let me re-emphasise what I've just said a moment ago, which is reform-led councils have a responsibility to their local residents, and it is their job as locally elected representatives to do their very best to address those concerns, not to get in the way.
Jacob Collier.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Before Christmas, I attended Burton Addiction Centre's inspirational celebration of recovery, and there we celebrated hundreds of people who are in recovery, people that have overcome huge battles with addiction to rebuild their lives. Will the leader join me in congratulating all those that were there, the staff at the centre, and recognise the importance of residential rehab services?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I certainly will join my honourable friend in congratulating the work of the Burton Addiction Centre and indeed the vital work of addiction services across the country. This government is absolutely committed to ensuring that anyone with addiction problems can access the help and support that they need, and the work in local areas is of such importance going forward.
Blackpool experiences homelessness rates higher than the national average, with a record number of rough sleepers recorded last year, so I was delighted to secure over £3 million to tackle this. But with the current spell of extreme cold weather, conditions are especially dangerous for those sleeping rough in my constituency on the seacoast. I pay tribute to the council's outreach team, local charities including Helping Hearts, Street Angels and Street Life for the work they do. Will the Leader of the House join me in thanking all those supporting our most vulnerable? And will he reassure my constituents that the government is committed to delivering long-term solutions so that Blackpool residents have a safe, secure and affordable place to live?
Leader.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend demonstrates once again not just that he's an effective constituency MP, but he recognises that there's much more work that needs to be done, and he is a real champion for the fine town of Blackpool. I'll certainly join him in thanking charities across the country who provide invaluable services supporting those experiencing homelessness. We are committed to ending homelessness, making sure that everyone has a safe place to live, and our homelessness strategy aims to halve the number of people sleeping rough long-term by 2029.
Dave Robertson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituent Lisa has a severe condition that affects her nerves. She can't stand, feed herself or use the bathroom unaided, has a tracheotomy to help her breathe, and can only leave her house for hospital appointments without the aid of a wheelchair. In 2024, she was referred to AJM, a company contracted by the NHS in Staffordshire to provide wheelchairs. It took almost a year and the intervention of my office to even get her an appointment to be measured for a wheelchair by AJM. She was then told that it would be at least a year more before she gets the wheelchair that she needs. Now, she has finally been given a wheelchair, but it is not the correct one, and there is some uncertainty about if she will ever actually get the care that she needs. Will the Leader of the House ask the government to publish a written statement on how our new wheelchair quality framework will ensure providers like AGM are held to much higher standards than Lisa has received?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm sorry to hear the case that my honourable friend raises. We understand how important it is that people can access wheelchairs to support them to live independently. As he points out, our wheelchair quality framework sets out quality standards relevant to all suppliers, regardless of care quality commission registration status, and I'll ensure that ministers have heard his concerns and update him on the progress that's been made.
Pinto-Dudzinski.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Mill Hill Broadway is Barnet's busiest station, but its steep flight of stairs mean that people with mobility issues struggle to use it. Sadly, its lack of accessibility has already had tragic consequences. Priscilla Trott died after falling at the station. Step-free access at Mill Hill Broadway is essential. The previous government promised to install lifts at the station, but failed to deliver time and time again. Under this government, progress is finally being made and detailed designs are being worked up, and I would urge the Department for Transport to give final approval once the design phase is complete. Will the Leader of the House make time available for a debate on the importance of making our transport network more accessible?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This government is committed to improving the accessibility of Britain's railways, and we've confirmed £280 million for Access for All projects over the next 4 years. I'm pleased to hear that development is being made at Mill Hill Broadway, and I've been reassured that DfT will update my honourable friend and key stakeholders once the review has been completed.
Ben Goldsborough.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've been working closely with local teacher and Labour's Wyndham Town Council, Lower Doheny, on the pressing issue of youth provision and wellbeing in our growing market town. Now, can we have a debate in government time on youth provision, including access to affordable leisure and youth clubs, to explore how best Labour government can ensure youth support keeps pace with expanding market towns?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend will know of the government's commitment to the youth strategy going forward, and will have heard his concerns. It's not about any particular area, it's about all areas where young people get the support and access that they need. I'll make sure that his concerns are drawn to the attention of the relevant minister.
Alex Ballinger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want today to pay tribute to Colin Brooks, the president of Hellsoe Town FC, that passed away at the end of last year, doing what he loved most, watching his beloved Yelts. After playing as a professional footballer and serving as a police officer, Colin dedicated 25 years of his life to Hellsoe Town FC, where he led the club through the ups and downs all non-league clubs face. Colin was a champion, not just of football, but for Hellsoe and its surrounding communities. So will the Leader of the House join me
Can I congratulate Bob Garmany for his well-deserved OBE, illustrating how vital the work my honourable friend refers to really is. Regarding his first point, there will be ample time to debate child poverty when the legislation to remove the two-child benefit cap is considered by this House, and at that time, Madam Speaker, we may see, not just in theory but in practice, the disgraceful coalition which has been formed between the official opposition and Reform Party to make sure that the help that children in poverty are to receive, if they had their way, they wouldn't get that.
Josh Newbury.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. After the chaos of their former leader being exposed as a fan of white supremacy and Doge still nowhere in sight, Reform UK on Staffordshire County Council are so desperate for savings that they're cutting £1 million from concessionary travel in their first budget. Would the Leader of the House agree with me that concessions can be a lifeline for vulnerable people who don't drive, and the fact that Reform look there to make their cuts says a lot about their values? And could we have a debate on the importance of concessionary travel?
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. I absolutely agree with my honourable friend that concessionary travel is invaluable for many people, particularly the most vulnerable. But what we're beginning to see across the country is what it means to have reform in office. This government understands how important that accessible transport is, and we are prioritising keeping costs down. Transport oral questions took place this morning, but I will make sure that his concerns are drawn to the attention of the Department for Transport.
Dan Puffy.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and a Happy New Year to you and the whole House. At a recent coffee morning I hosted in Southampton Itchen on the issue of public transport, some disabled passengers told me about the very specific barriers they're still facing when they choose to travel by rail. Woolston Station, there's only one step-free access to one of the platforms, so those with limited mobility have to make a round trip of 20 minutes in the other direction in order to then travel eastward. This, I'm sure the Leader of the House would agree, is ridiculous. So as we roll out Great British Railways, will the Leader of the House make time for a debate on how we can make all our stations accessible to all constituents and travellers, including those living with disabilities?
The Government is committed to improving the accessibility of British Railways, and we've confirmed £280 million for access for all projects over 4 years. There have been a number of recent debates, Madam Deputy Speaker, related to the accessibility of our railways, but I think it would be of great interest across the House for further debates, maybe through Backbench Business or through an adjournment debate.
Final question, Torquil Crichton.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm very grateful. Yesterday, with Highlands and Islands airports at the centre of international events, there was no Scottish news programming on STV, the ITV channel in Scotland, because journalists were on the picket line in Aberdeen and Glasgow. Their strike is centred on STV's plans to cut that cherished northern edition of news output, formerly Grampian News, cut 28 editorial jobs and merge them with Central Belt news services, which would dilute and diminish northern coverage. Does the Leader of the House agree with me that when facts are so precious, that it's important that we protect local journalism and value the distinct voice which it provides?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I do support my honourable friend in what he says about the importance of local journalism and the distinct voice which it provides. My understanding is that Ofcom have launched a consultation on the proposed changes, and I would encourage everyone with a view on that to respond to it.
That is the end of business questions. I'll allow the front bench a few moments to shuffle over and we get ready for our first statement. Road Safety Strategy Statement. Minister Lillian Greenwood. Minister.
With permission, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to make a statement on our new National Road Safety Strategy. It's a sad truth that by the time I finish speaking and we hear the response from the opposition, it's likely that someone will have died or been seriously injured on our roads. And it's an even sadder truth that this would likely have been entirely preventable. Despite having some of the safest roads in the world, last year over 1,600 people died on our roads, with nearly 28,000 seriously injured. Over the course of my lifetime, road safety has improved immeasurably, in no small part, thanks to a titan of my party, Barbara Castle. Yeah. But it's safe to say the last 10 years represent a lost decade. Yeah. Death and serious injury numbers have plateaued, despite improvements in vehicle safety. The UK has slipped from 3rd to 4th in Europe's road safety rankings, and the human cost of too little action and too much complacency is clear. Lives taken too soon, lives altered beyond recognition, and lives grieved by families left behind. And if that wasn't enough, a decade without a comprehensive road safety strategy meant the country lost out on nearly £7 billion in economic output last year. This situation should not just give us pause, it should spur us to action. Because we wouldn't tolerate this on our railways, we wouldn't tolerate this in our airspace, and I am determined we no longer tolerate this on our roads. Yeah. That's why I'm standing here today to say quite simply, enough is enough. Madam Deputy Speaker, the targets we are setting match the full measure of our ambition. We want to reduce the number of people killed or seriously injured on British roads by 65% by 2035 and by 70% for children under 16. Our vision is clear. Any road user, however they choose to travel, should be able to move safely on our roads. And this strategy has 4 main ways we will deliver that vision. Firstly, we'll put all road users at the heart of this strategy. Madam Deputy Speaker, when it comes to protecting vulnerable road users, we will be guided by the evidence. We know, for example, young drivers between 17 and 24 are at higher risk of death or serious injury on our roads. They account for 6% of driving licences, yet are involved in 24% of fatal and serious collisions. That's why we will consult, not just on a minimum learning period for learner drivers, but on a lower blood alcohol limit for novice drivers. And I'd like to recognise the Honourable Member for Shrewsbury, who secured an important debate on young driver safety last January. Another key area is the safety of older drivers. In 2024, around 24% of all car drivers killed were aged 70 or older. While driving is rightly seen as a vital form of independence in older age, it cannot come at the expense of safety. So we will consult on mandatory eyesight tests for drivers over 70 and explore options for cognitive testing, recognising the risks of driving with conditions such as dementia. We also will not ignore the fact that motorcyclists are 40 times more likely to be killed or seriously injured on our roads compared to car drivers. So we will reform the motorcycle training, testing and licensing regime. And that starts today with a consultation that includes removing the ability to ride on L plates indefinitely. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me move on to advances in technology and data. We will consult on mandating 18 new vehicle safety technologies under the GB Type Approval Scheme, a change that could prevent more than 14,000 deaths and serious injuries over 15 years. This includes autonomous emergency braking, a proven safety technology which Mira Naran has tirelessly campaigned for as Dev's law after the tragic loss of her son. And I'm delighted to see her in the public gallery today. She's been an incredible campaigner on this issue. And to learn from collisions and prevent future harm, we will establish a data-led road safety investigation branch covering the whole of Great Britain. This will draw on data to carry out thematic investigations and make recommendations. And to give those involved in collisions the best chance of survival, we will ensure police-recorded collision data and healthcare data are shared more effectively. The third theme is about infrastructure. Safer roads and effective speed management are essential pillars of the safe system approach which guides this strategy. That starts with investment. And this government is providing £24 billion between 2026 and 2030 to improve motorways and local roads, building on record funding for pothole repairs. We'll also publish updated guidance on setting local speed limits and the use of speed and red light cameras, supporting local authorities to make evidence-based decisions. And because rural roads remain among the most dangerous, with motorcyclists often navigating sharp bends, we'll build on the success of Project Prime in Scotland, which saw real safety improvements thanks to new road markings. And finally, let me talk about enforcement. We know most drivers are safe and we don't want to get in their way. However, they need to feel confident this government has their back. So my message to the minority of drivers, those who are unsafe and reckless, is simple. If you drive dangerously, if you drive illegally, if you make our roads less safe, you will face the consequences. Take drink and drug driving. In 2023, we know it was a contributory factor in 18% of road fatalities. So we will consult on lowering the drink-drive limit, which has not changed in England and Wales since 1967. We will review penalties for drink and drug driving offences and explore the use of alcohol interlock devices. And new powers will be considered to suspend licences for those suspected of the most serious offences. We're also proposing tougher penalties for those who drive without insurance. And I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for Swindon North for his persistent advocacy on this issue. And we'll look at penalty points for failing to wear a seatbelt or failing to ensure child passengers are wearing theirs too. And thanks to the tireless campaigning of both the Honourable Member for West Bromwich and the Honourable Member for Rochdale, we are tackling illegal number plates. We'll increase penalties for using illegal plates and will ensure the DVLA is empowered to carry out more robust checks on number plate suppliers. Madam Deputy Speaker, these are rightly bold ambitions and they cannot be met by government working alone. We call on the support of members from all sides of the House, and we extend our hand in partnership to the devolved governments, mayors, local authorities, the police and other stakeholders. Finally, I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for Brentford and Isleworth for her support on behalf of the Transport Select Committee, and the Honourable Member for Rosendale and Darwin as Chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Transport Safety for his advocacy on this important issue. Madam Deputy Speaker, I've sat with families torn apart by deaths and serious injuries on our roads. It's one of the hardest parts of my job. But even through intolerable pain, they campaign, they fight, they demand change so that others can be spared their sense of loss. This strategy is for those brave families, Madam Deputy Speaker. I truly believe this is a turning point for road safety in this country, where we finally put victims at the heart of policy making, where we finally see road safety as a shared responsibility, where we finally understand that while driver or rider error is inevitable, fatalities and serious injury are not. A multi-layered system from safer speeds and safer vehicles to safer roads and robust enforcement. That's how we protect every road user. That's how we ensure people walk away from collisions rather than being carried. And that's how we deliver safer roads for everyone who relies on them. I've laid copies of the documents in the libraries of both houses, and I commend this statement to the House.
For the Channel 60 statement, Richard Holden.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for advanced sight of the statement, although some of it was obviously reported in the Times earlier this week as well. I welcome the fact that the Government has published the Road Safety Strategy, and I really do welcome the broad ambition, which I'm sure is shared right across the House, to reduce the number of people killed and seriously injured on our roads. As a former roads minister myself, and as a local MP, I've too met many grieving families torn apart by deaths on our roads. And the fact that we've seen a 10 to 15% reduction since 2010 does not mean that we do not need to go further. In that spirit, I would like to welcome the comprehensive look at motorcycle training, as announced by the Minister, as well as the expansion of Project Prime from Scotland on motorcycle safety. I think that will be a major improvement to our road safety. I also welcome stiffer fines and enforcement against bad faith drivers, particularly including ghost plates, as has been mentioned, and also attacks on those who are trying to evade justice via the use of dodgy number plates, but also other things to conceal their identity. I also welcome the Road Safety Investigation Branch and the better use and collation of data and sharing of data. Those are incredibly important. And it's also welcome the inclusion of Charlotte's Law, which will help prevent people who are trying to evade justice, or basically by ensuring that timely blood testing can take place in the most serious of cases. There are areas where it is clear that there will be concern around some of the new moves announced, and whether they are wholly related to road safety. But I would like to look at a couple of those. In oral questions, the Minister for Local Transport appeared to suggest that some of the reason for delaying for 6 months after getting a after getting a theory test was around ensuring that there could be more driving tests available. In reality, this will mean that there will actually just be an even larger group of people waiting to book driving tests. And I fear that the government has not really fully thought through the consequences of this implication and the implications of this. I remember meeting a woman aged 60 who just lost her husband of 40 years. She lived in a small village with no bus service. She'd always relied on him to drive. Are we really telling her that she's going to have to take a theory test and then wait 6 months after having passed that theory test in order to be able to take a driving test? I can think of women in some similar circumstances, many of whom don't take men take more driving tests than women in earlier stage in life, and maybe only when they move for jobs or after having children do they take driving tests. I think we need to think through the consequences of some of what the government is proposing properly today. I also think it's important that we broadly look at this and to ensure that we are not restricting freedoms via legislation to fix the problems which are there as a result of not sorting out driving tests. On another matter, no one in this House disputes that drink driving is totally unacceptable, but I hope that ministers and the Secretary of State reflect on the experiences in Scotland, where there have been changes already in this space, where there are already concerns right across the hospitality sector in this country, that there isn't clear evidence of improved road safety outcomes for these changes. In fact, it is extraordinary that the Department, and I just want to quote a written answer to one of my written questions, has not even made an assessment of the impact on the economic viability of pubs in Scotland as a result of the changes that have happened already up there. Changing the legal limit alone will not change behaviour, and any reform must be based on a thorough examination of the evidence and the impacts, and not on attempts to look tough. Alongside alcohol, the House must not lose sight of drug driving, and I welcome some of the measures announced today. However, they do seem rather vague around commitments to testing, and it would be great to hear more from the Minister on this, because the police really are pushing for more roadside testing around drugs. I know there has been an emphasis, and governments of all stripes have pushed an emphasis on education and behavioural change. However, that does sit uneasily with this government's cutting by £1.2 million last year of the money for the Think Road Safety campaign budget, particularly when lifelong learning and changes are so critical to many of the plans that the government has announced today. And that, Madam Deputy Speaker, brings me to a final major point, which is around enforcement. This place can pass all the laws it wishes, but if they aren't enforced, then all that actually does is undermine faith in our democratic institutions. The House will be very aware that police numbers under this government are down by around 1,300 on the latest figures. But enforcement sits at the heart of any credible road safety policy. So I'd like to hear from the Minister if there are plans to ensure additional roads policing going forwards to ensure that enforcement does take place. And finally, there are some omissions. Why still exclude vulnerable road users, motorcyclists, from bus lanes in many areas? There is a real missed opportunity to improve safety and survival for those people. There's also a glaring absence when it comes to tackling the scourge of unlicensed and uninsured criminals driving with impunity. Measures such as requiring proof of identity to register a vehicle could have been included, as recommended by the All-Party Parliamentary Group on road safety, and I'm sure that the member for Bladen and Concert will mention perhaps that too in her remarks. Madam Deputy Speaker, road safety is not delivered by strategies alone and not delivered by consultations. It's delivered when the law is clear and evidence-based, enforcement is consistent, and the government is willing to confront difficult issues rather than rely on process and pre-briefed headlines. While we welcome many of the measures here, there are still many questions to be answered, and I look forward to the Minister's response.
Minister Greenwood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the support from the Shadow Secretary of State for our measures to tackle road harm. I was slightly surprised by his comment about the coverage in the press, because we did, of course, publish the strategy yesterday, giving him the opportunity to have a full 24 hours to read it. Nevertheless, I note his comments and I welcome his support. I also note his comment about the reduction in those killed and seriously injured over the previous government's term. I welcome the fact that numbers went down slightly, but they're nothing to the level of ambition that this government is showing and that the seriousness of this problem requires. Turning now to his questions. He's questioned why we're introducing a minimum learning period for new drivers. This is a safety measure. It's about saying that in order to set people up for a lifetime of safe driving, whenever they take their driving test and learn to drive, they need to get a range of pre-test practice in a variety of conditions. We want people to take the time to learn properly, to make sure that they know how to cope with things like extreme weather and driving at night and driving on a range of different sorts of roads. And we think that that's the right thing to do. Nevertheless, it is of course subject to a consultation, and we will listen carefully to all the views expressed in that. When it comes to drink driving, of course we don't want to stop people from going out and enjoying our hospitality sector. What we are clearly saying is that if you're going to go out and have a drink, leave your car at home. Reducing the drink drive limit would simply bring England and Wales into line with Scotland and the rest of Europe. We are the only countries, except perhaps Malta, that have this higher drink drive limit. And the evidence suggests we are no longer the safest. We have been dropping down the rankings and progress has stalled compared with other countries across Europe. Sir Peter North's review in 2010 estimated that reducing the drink drive limit from 80 milligrams to 50 milligrams would save an estimated 43 to 168 lives each year and avoid a very large number of serious injuries. A conservative estimate put that at 280. We are acting on the evidence. When it comes to drug driving, we are, of course, looking at how we can make better use of testing. I know that too many people who have suffered at the result of someone drug driving wait a long time for that cases to come to court. They're too long to process that, and that's why we are looking at things like roadside testing and whether that can be part of the process. And the Think campaign continues to be our award-winning prospect. We target that work, that publicity, at those who cause most danger. So it's particularly targeted at young men aged 17 to 24. And at the end of last year, we did an anti-drug driving campaign, the first in 10 years, using the sorts of media channels where it gets to those who we're trying to target, including things like TikTok and Instagram. And finally, he's right to speak about enforcement. That's why this government is investing in additional police officers, an extra 3,000 police officers by March and 13,000 by the end of this Parliament. We are responding to the requirements that the police need. We are giving them the legislation and the powers that they need to crack down on those who cause danger on our roads, and I'm very pleased to see that our strategy has been welcomed by the National Police Chief Council's lead for roads policing, Joe Shiner. Finally, I welcome the other comments that he's made, and I'm sure we look forward to reading the official opposition's comments in response to our consultations.
Committee Chair Ruth Cadbury.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. This strategy and the many elements within it are hugely welcome. And I congratulate the government for doing what the previous government spent 14 years not properly addressing, during which time too many have been killed and seriously injured on our roads in preventable incidents. Madam Deputy Speaker, when the Secretary of State appeared previously before the Transport Committee, she spoke positively about London's Vision Zero strategy. Now that the road safety strategy is published, is the government planning to adopt a Vision Zero strategy nationally? And if not, why not?
Minister.
So I thank my honourable friend for her question and indeed for her support on this issue. She's right to commend Transport for London, and indeed a number of mayors and local authorities have adopted Vision Zero strategies. Of course, we want to get to a position where the number of people killed and seriously injured on our roads is zero. But in setting out this strategy, in re-establishing national road safety targets, we have established what we think is achievable, and of course, in the longer term, we want to work towards a position where no one is injured on our roads.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Ollie Glover.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I start by thanking the Minister for her speech and for the strategy. It is something that we welcome, having been calling for an updated road safety strategy for some time, following years of neglect of our roads by the previous Conservative government. The strategy shows serious intent, and I commend the thought and research that has gone into it and the breadth of thinking on display. It's also welcome that it is largely substance rather than gimmicks, which could have been the case. And in particular, we welcome the fact that the Ryan's Law campaign for penalties for hit and run, championed by my honourable friend, the member for North Cornwall, is incorporated into the strategy. In terms of concerns, much of the strategy is based on a commitment to undertake consultations. And I hope that the Minister would agree with me that we wouldn't want to see a repeat of the length that it has taken to undertake a pavement parking consultation, admittedly one initiated by the previous government, which was 5 years until we had the welcome announcement of something today. Consultations need to be meaningful, but they also need to be time-bound and then translated into action. There are a number of areas that I think need focus in terms of the significant impact on some groups within society that these measures will have, right though they are, for advancing road safety. Firstly, in terms of older people, the older generation has grown up in an age of decades worth of government policy promoting travel by car, and therefore this runs the risk of having a significant impact on them. They also suffer, as I've had from constituent casework, DVLA administration failures in terms of processing medical changes, etc. So it further strengthens the importance of improving public transport to reduce car dependency, in particular development of demand-responsive transport in rural areas, something that the Transport Select Committee has looked at in some detail. This also runs the risk of placing further pressure on the rural economy. Our pubs and farming communities are already under real pressure from increased alcohol taxation, business rates, inflation, and poor international trade arrangements. So it makes it even more important that they are properly supported and that the government listens, including to Liberal Democrat calls for a 5% cut to VAT on hospitality. It's welcome that the strategy mentions potholes, which is something that drives all of our constituents mad, particularly mine on the A4130 between Didcot and Wallingford and at Milton Interchange in Queensway. And most importantly, we need to support young drivers, and more is needed given the government has twice already moved its deadline for reducing the wait for tests for 7 weeks. The 6-month wait is understandable, but it really is important that we support young people.
Minister, the Liberal Democrat front bench know they have 2 minutes, not 2 minutes 50 or 3 minutes 10, but it's 2 minutes. Minister.
Well, I thank him for his words of support. Can I be clear that we are consulting on a number of these measures in the road safety strategy in order that that the public and stakeholders have an opportunity to share their views. This is not the intent for us to delay. The consultations will be open for 12 weeks, and then we intend to take concrete action as a result of the feedback that we receive. Some of the measures in this strategy will take very little time and don't require legislation. Others will require secondary legislation or indeed primary legislation. But we intend to take action in order that we can meet those ambitious targets that we've set that are just 9 years away. I totally understand what he says about older people. We don't want to restrict older people's independence, and we know how important driving can be. But the truth is we need to keep people safe, and we don't want anyone on our roads whose medical condition means that they are not safe to drive. And many people, or some people, may be inadvertent that their eyesight has deteriorated and poses a danger to others. And I know that many families find it very difficult to have some of those conversations with an older relative about when's the right time to stop driving, so that we hope that the measures that we're proposing around eyesight testing will help in some of those circumstances. I recognise what he says about rural areas and the need to ensure that these measures are rural-proofed. When it comes to potholes, he's right. They're not only very annoying for all of our constituents, they're a real danger to pedestrians and cyclists and those and motorcyclists indeed. That's why this government is investing £7.3 billion over the spending review period in local roads maintenance, on top of the additional £500 million this year. So we are giving local authorities that long-term funding settlement so they can improve the quality of the roads that we were shockingly left behind by the previous Conservative government. And when it comes to young drivers, we have considered very carefully the right balance between protecting young people who we know are at particular risk, whilst not curtailing their opportunities for work and education and social activities.
Sarah Coombs.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to thank the Minister for all her hard work on this strategy. I have got no doubt that it will save lives. I have spent the last year campaigning against ghost number plates, which make drivers invisible to speed and police cameras. These plates are great for car racers and criminals and terrible for the rest of us. They've spent years going under the radar, but today they have been rumbled. And I'm delighted the Minister has announced a massive crackdown on these plates. Can I ask the Minister, how soon will these dodgy ghost plate drivers start to get
penalty points on their licence and their vehicles seized for using these plates? And when will we start to see these MOT number plate checks?
Minister.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for her question and for, as I said earlier, for the outstanding work she has done to bring this issue to national attention. As she knows, we launched yesterday, alongside the Road Safety Strategy, 5 consultation documents, one of which is about motoring offences, which includes our intention to have tougher penalties on those who use illegal plates and to strengthen the role of DVLA in looking at number plate suppliers and in taking action. I do not intend to delay, but some of the, obviously we need to await the end of the consultation, and some of these measures will require legislation.
Andrew Snowden.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister for her time in discussing these issues. As a former Police and Crime Commissioner who funded a dedicated roads policing unit, this is something that's close to my heart. 2 points I'd like to make, both on drunk and drug driving. The first is on drink driving, where I do fear that reducing the national alcohol limit for England and Wales is potentially a red herring policy that will distract from where the real harm and damage comes from, which is focusing on those who ignore the drink drive limit no matter what it is. The second area I'd like to thank the Minister for is the focus on drug driving. We're going to see police forces this year in their Christmas operations reporting more drug than drink detections for the first time, which is good that it's being detected, but it is just scratching the surface of the problem. And we really need to focus in on those who take drugs and drive cars. And I welcome any further details from the Minister on the specifics that mean we can start doing that as soon as possible and get them off our roads.
Well, I thank him for his continued interest in these areas. When it comes to drink driving, as I said earlier in response to the Shadow Secretary of State, we are drawing on evidence. The UK is an outlier when it comes to our drink drive limit. It has been the same for almost 60 years, and this will simply bring us into line with Scotland and most of the rest of Europe. In Scotland, drink drive fatal collisions halved in the decade after they reduced the drink drive limit. And as I've said, the evidence from Sir Peter North's review in 2010 estimated that this would save dozens of lives. That's what this road safety strategy is about. It isn't about curtailing people's freedom to drive. It is about saving lives, as are the measures that we're looking at in relation to drug driving, which we know is a growing problem. We are determined to crack down on it.
Andy McNay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister for her statement and for a great personal commitment to this vital issue. It's clear the government's listened to families and to the road safety community and followed the evidence. The strategy rightly recognised the importance of local partnerships in delivering on the ambitions of the strategy. Unfortunately, in Lancashire, the Reform-led County Council insist on waiting for fatalities and serious injuries to occur before acting, seemingly regardless of concerns raised by residents. Would the Minister agree with me that to deliver on this strategy and save lives, local authorities like Lancashire must have a more proactive approach, listening to communities, identifying risk areas and acting before people are killed or injured?
Minister.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his question and for the incredible work that he's been doing through the APPG. He raises concerns about Lancashire's Reform Council, and true to form, there are no members or Reform members of the House here today to debate this issue. I've been really concerned that some local authorities hide behind the national guidance around setting speed limits and around the deployment of speed cameras to say that they have to wait for a fatality to occur before they can take action. That is not the case. We are intending to strengthen the guidance that we provide to local authorities to enable them to listen to community concerns and to act to save lives.
Andrew Rosendale.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome all efforts by the government to make roads safer for pedestrians and motorists, but I heard nothing about roadkill of wildlife, horses, pets and other animals that also can cause collisions involving the deaths of human beings. For instance, in my constituency, Havering 80 Bower is a rural Essex village, a lot of horse riders. Now, I'm told that up to 700 horses have been killed on the roads in recent years, and up to 50 riders. Also, we have a lot of roaming deer in areas like Harold Hill and Noakhill. Apparently, up to 75,000 of the deers are killed on the roads, hedgehogs and others. So there's a lot going on here which also needs to be considered regarding wildlife. And we also know that some creatures don't have to be registered if they are run over by a motor vehicle. So will she consider looking at the Road Traffic Act 1988 to include cats and other wild animals?
Minister.
Well, I thank the honourable member for that question. He's absolutely right that on rural roads in particular there are dangers posed by drivers who hit animals, and he's right to raise concerns about horse riders. He will know that the highway code was strengthened to ensure that those who are driving are mindful of horse riders and the need to pass them safely and slowly and with sufficient room. And we will look at what more we can do to strengthen the advice and guidance and make sure that people are aware of those issues in the highway code. I have listened carefully to many people who've raised with me the concerns around cats, and indeed some work is underway in DEFRA to look at further research on that issue.
David Williams, who is permitted to leave early so you can deal with this cough. David Williams.
That's really kind of you after the full morning in the chamber, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I warmly welcome this road safety strategy today that will save the lives of thousands of people across the next decade. Now, as the Minister knows, because we've had countless meetings, I've been campaigning alongside Claire, the mother, the incredibly brave mother of 6-year-old Charlotte Skye Naglis, who was so tragically killed by a motorist in my constituency of Stoke-on-Trent North and Kidsgrove. Now, under the current law, police are unable to test the blood of unconscious suspects until they are in a position to give consent. And in their deepest moments of grief, Charlotte's family couldn't get the answers they needed. So my question to the Minister, does the Minister agree with me that through consultation we now have an opportunity to change this and bring justice and a lasting legacy for Charlotte and her family, so that no other families have to face the pain and anguish that they did?
Minister.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for that question and for the work that he's done to ensure that this case was brought to my attention. And indeed, Claire's voice and that of many bereaved families have been in my mind as we've been devising this road safety strategy. He will have seen that in the consultation on offences, we are looking to introduce Charlotte's Law to ensure that no other family suffers what they suffered.
Sir David Davis.
In the light of what was essentially a very sensible statement, can I ask the Minister a point of clarification, really? She talks about data technology and innovation. Has the government even considered an experiment in mandatory black box technology for very young drivers? The AA and the British Insurance Association have say that this could save 35% or reduce by 35% the number of accidents.
Minister.
Well, I thank the right honourable member for his question, and he's right that many young drivers will seek lower insurance as a result of having a black box in their car. This was one of the issues that was considered as part of Driver 2020, the research carried out by the previous government. I have to say that the results from that were not conclusive in terms of suggesting that that would make a difference. However, I remain open to being evidence-led, and if there is further information that comes forward, we will be happy to consider those issues.
Jacob Collier.
Deputy Speaker, can I firstly recognise the Minister's dedication on this issue over many years, and I'm glad that she's in the position today to be able to carry this out, because this strategy rightly focuses on reducing death and injury on our roads. And in our own communities, we know of places that are accident hotspots and speeding hotspots where it's only a matter of time before something happens. Yet too often these safety improvements only follow when a serious injury or fatality happens, and that mentality has to change. So can she say how this strategy is going to give communities that power to take action before it's too late?
Minister.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his question and for his support. Clearly, local authorities can and should draw on historical collision data when they're assessing road safety measures. But proactive measures to reduce risks shouldn't be contingent on a fatal or serious incident occurring. And it is vitally important that local authorities who have the power and the funding to carry out interventions listen to the concerns of local people and act to prevent serious incidents before they occur, rather than just responding to them when they do.
McGuire.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Ryan Sultan was hit and left for dead by a drunk driver in 2019, with the perpetrator receiving a 4-month suspended sentence. In 2021, Ryan's family launched their Ryan's Law campaign to increase sentences for hit-and-run offences. And in October, I brought a Ryan's Law amendment to the sentencing bill. We all know, Madam Deputy Speaker, there can be lots of talk in this place, but not always much action. Last year, I met the Road Safety Minister with the family, and she has clearly listened and now acted. I thank her and I pay tribute to my incredible North Cornwall constituents, Mark and Helen, Ryan's parents, and Leanne, his sister, for never giving up. They are a true inspiration. Once this consultation closes, how long will it take the Minister to bring draft legislation to this House?
Well, I thank the honourable member for his question and for the work that he has done to support the Sultan family. It was, very humbling to meet Mark and Helen and Leanne and to hear about the work that they are doing to support other victims of road traffic collisions. As he knows, we are consulting on strengthening the law around those who fail to stop and report a collision, and it's just tragic what happened to Ryan. I'm keen that we act as quickly as possibly can. Obviously, where we require legislation, we will have to wait until parliamentary time is available, but I am determined to act.
Leatingham. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I thank the Minister for her statement today. I welcome this strategy, particularly its focus on speed management. While I see ungritted roads currently make speeding less of an issue thanks to reformed county councils failing to grit across large parts of my constituency, excessive speed in our rural villages such as Chebsey has long put residents in danger. So how will the Minister ensure that rural road segmentation works effectively with local speed limits to reduce dangerous driving in those areas, so safety is delivered by this government's policy and we can get past local county council failure?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for her question, and I'm very sorry to hear about the failure of her local council to take action that would prevent further collisions. We know that rural roads are more dangerous, and that's why we are determined to take action to support local authorities to introduce measures to make them safer.
Thank you, Mum. Another way to improve road safety is to reduce driver frustration caused by roadworks, particularly those that overrun. That's why in 2022 I launched a Can the Cones campaign and a 10-minute rule bill to tighten up on roadworks regulation. I lobbied the then Conservative Roads Minister, and after the election I came and lobbied this Roads Minister, who very kindly gave me a hearing. So I welcome the fact that the government have just announced they're tightening the regulation of roadworks, particularly increasing the fines for those that overrun, which was integral to my bill. So can I give credit where it's due, thank the Minister personally for listening. This won't solve the whole problem of roadworks, but it certainly should help, and I and my constituents will be grateful.
Minister.
I'm not entirely sure there was a question in there, but I thank him for his words, and I'm very proud to be part of a government that listens and acts.
Scott Arthur.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I do absolutely welcome this strategy published yesterday. I think, as we've heard, it's going to save lives, and I think a secondary impact should be that it's going to reduce insurance premiums as well, which is a non-trivial challenge for many people. But I do want to talk about the notion of a cognitive test within the strategy. In 2020, in Edinburgh, Xander Irvine was just 3 and he was looking through a shop window with his mother. A car mounted the pavement and killed him and injured his mother. The driver was aged 91. She died around a year later of natural causes. Despite having dementia, she was able to renew her driving licence just a few months before the accident. The fatal accident inquiry was clear in its recommendation that cognitive tests should be introduced. And I believe that all deaths on our roads are preventable, but this death absolutely was. The strategy talks about developing options. Will the Minister go further today and guarantee that we will deliver change in this area? And will she go even further and talk about a timeline for delivering that change? Thank you.
Well, I thank him for his question, and I dealt with the prevention of future deaths report relating to that utterly heartbreaking case that he refers to. While there isn't currently a suitable test of cognitive ability to drive safely, I absolutely recognise the need for us to do further work on this issue. We plan to reconvene the Older Drivers Task Force, an expert group on this subject, to consider suitable options, and I am not intending to delay. I am intending to take evidence and to take action.
Shaukat Adam.
Speaker, I'd like to refer the House to my registered interest as a practising optometrist, and I'd like to thank the Minister for this wonderful statement, and I wholeheartedly agree with especially the ambitions of reducing the road deaths by 65%. But on the figures that the Minister's mentioned, 1,600 crashes, fatalities, etc., according to the RAC, 280 crashes every year caused by glare, which is a result of the headlights. So can the Minister shed some light on that matter? And also, we are, in the UK, the only country, or one of only countries in Europe that doesn't have mandatory sight tests until passing a driving test till the age of 70. So somebody could pass a driving test at 17, 18, and not have an eye test till they're 70 years old. Wouldn't the Minister agree that we should have every 10 years, or every time a licence is renewed, a sight test to ensure we're safe on the roads? Thank you.
Well, I thank him for his support and for his question. No one should be driving on our roads whose eyesight doesn't meet the required standards. We've had to make a choice to consult on eye tests for those over 70, but of course it would be good advice for everyone to have their eyes tested on a regular basis. When it comes to headlamp glare, we have undertaken research. I know that this is a growing problem, and I certainly recognise it as a driver myself. We're going to be considering the outputs of the research that we've already got and doing further work in addition to internationally, because that's where much of the work is done around vehicle standards. But I absolutely want to take further action in relation to headlamp glare.
We have to definitely speed this up, otherwise colleagues won't be able to get in. Rachel Hopkins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I first thank the Minister for her written statement this morning regarding enforcement on pavement parking, which is a huge issue in Luton South and South Bedfordshire. But I welcome the launch of today's road safety strategy, particularly the emphasis on tackling drug driving. There was a trebling of fatal collisions between 2014 to 2023 in relation to drug driving. So could the Minister elaborate a little further about how this will be enforced under the new strategy?
Minister.
So I thank her for her question. We know that drug driving is a growing problem. We've already done further publicity around the dangers of drug driving, because not everyone appreciates how dangerous it is, but we also want to crack down on those who do drive with drugs in their system, and that's why we're looking to improve the testing and processing so that we can bring more convictions, but more importantly to deter those from ever getting behind the wheel of a car when they've taken drugs.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Dangerous driving and speeding are among the biggest road safety issues in my constituency. Despite this, the local Cheshire councils frequently say that they cannot introduce further safety measures because the police are unable to enforce them. What discussions has the Minister had with the Home Office to ensure police forces have the funding and resources necessary to enforce existing as well as new driving laws as part of the road safety strategy?
Minister.
Well, I thank her for her question, and I know that she has been a real campaigner on road safety in her time in the House. Clearly, this strategy, or the ambitious targets that we've set, can only be delivered by working in partnership with the police. I have had a number of meetings with the policing minister. We both agree that this is very important, and we will be working with police forces to ensure it's enforced.
Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy
for taking pity on my throat also. I recently held a public meeting about road safety in Polesworth, where there'd been reports of illegal street racing. Constituents shared with me their concerns about the illegal number plates used by criminals to get away with dangerous driving. That's why I strongly support the government's strategy, which will introduce tougher checks to ensure number plates can be read by cameras and crack down on the use of ghost plates. Can the Minister outline what support my local police force in Warwickshire will receive to crack down on criminal street racing and using illegal number plates?
Yeah.
Well, I thank her for her question and for the work that she's done at a local level. We are bringing in we're consulting on new powers to give police precisely the tools that they need to crack down on the criminals who can feel that they can get away with illegal activity by using these ghost plates.
Will Forster.
Madam Deputy Speaker, road safety in Woking is regularly raised with me by my constituents, so therefore I am pleased that the government have announced ways to toughen up on our drink driving laws. However, police forces, including mine in Surrey, cannot adequately police current drink driving laws as they are. These changes will be less impactful if they're not able to do proper enforcement. With police forces increasingly deprioritising policing on our roads due to budgetary pressures, has the Minister conducted a review of current enforcement, and if she hasn't, will she?
Minister.
Well, thank him for his question. The government has done a great deal of work in collaboration with the Home Office around roads policing. We know that this is only going to be effective if there is enforcement. Of course, I can't instruct Chief Constables on how they deploy their resources, but we are determined to work in partnership to ensure that this road safety strategy is effective, including the measures around enforcement.
Lawrence Turner.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I also thank the Minister for all her hard work over many years to bring this excellent statement to the House. 500 people are killed or seriously injured on Birmingham's roads every year, including in my constituency. Sadly, due to the historic layout of many of our estates, schools, shops and other amenities are some of the areas at most acute risk. So can she assure the House first, that her department is working with other public agencies to make sure that efforts are targeted at those most at-risk areas, and once the consultations close at the end of March, will every effort be made to respond to them as soon as possible?
Well, I thank him for his kind words. We are working very closely with those who have expressed a similar desire to reduce deaths and serious injuries on our roads, including the Mayor of the West Midlands, who's shown real leadership on this issue. And I can give him that commitment that we intend to act to ensure that the measures that we have set out lead to the changes needed.
Iqbal Mohammed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for her statement, and I welcome and commend the road safety strategy from this government. Late last year, there were 3 incidents outside Ligate, Headfield and Westmore schools in my constituency of Dewsbury and Backley. Thankfully, there were no fatalities. I joined West Yorkshire Police, local councillors and the affected schools to conduct a road safety campaign outside these schools. In some parts of the country, roads outside schools are temporarily closed for 30 minutes at the beginning and the end of the day, and other schools have no parking zones that extend to ensure there are no safety risks. Will the Minister confirm what steps the government will be taking to increase road safety outside schools?
Hear, hear.
Well, I thank him for his question. Local authorities already have the powers to introduce school streets, as he described, or to reduce speed limits outside schools. They have our full backing to use those powers to improve safety outside schools, including those in his constituency.
Twist.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I very much welcome the proposals in this strategy, which I've no doubt will save lives. And can I also thank her for her statement on pavement parking earlier today. Many of us have been raising this over many years. I'm particularly pleased to see moves to crack down on unlicensed and uninsured drivers. Now, the Minister will remember that she kindly met my constituents John and Karen Rowlands last year to talk about the death of their son, Andrew. As the Minister knows, they would like to see better oversight of insurance and licensing, especially in relation to car sales on social media. Would she welcome further representations on this issue as part of the consultation?
Minister.
Well, I thank her for her words and for the incredible work that she's done to advocate, both on behalf of those wanting safer streets and pavements, but also of raising the particular case of John and Karen Rowlands. And I'd be very happy to see their response.